Pokemon Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu, and Pokemon Let's Go Eevee. Very docile. If attacked, it will often kick up sand to protect itself rather than fight back. Pokemon Crystal. It rapidly flaps its wings in the grass, stirring up a dust cloud that drives insect prey out into the open. Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, Omega Ruby, and Pokemon Alpha Sapphire. Pidgey has an extremely sharp sense of direction. It is capable of unerringly returning home to its nest, however far it may be removed from its familiar surroundings. Pidgeotto, 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 Pidgeotto. Pidgeotto. Pokemon Red, Blue, Leaf Green, and Pokemon Y. Very protective of its sprawling territorial area, this Pokemon will fiercely peck at any intruder. Pokemon Gold and Pokemon Heart Gold. It has outstanding vision. However high it flies, it is able to distinguish the movements of its prey. Pokemon Silver and Pokemon Soul Silver. It renders its prey immobile using well-developed claws, then carries the prey more than 60 miles to its nest. Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, Omega Ruby, and Pokemon Alpha Sapphire. Pidgeotto climbs a large area as its own territory. This Pokemon flies around, patrolling its living space. If its territory is violated, it shows no mercy in thoroughly punishing the foe with its sharp claws. Pidgeot. Pokemon Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu, and Pokemon Let's Go Eevee. This Pokemon flies at Mach 2 speed, seeking prey. Its large talons are feared as wicked weapons. Pokemon Gold and Pokemon Heart Gold. Its well-developed chest muscles make it strong enough to whip up a gusty windstorm with just a few flaps. Pokemon Crystal. Its outstanding vision allows it to spot splashing Magikarp even while flying at 3,300 feet. Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, Omega Ruby, and Pokemon Alpha Sapphire. This Pokemon has a dazzling plumage of beautifully glossy feathers. Many trainers are captivated by the striking beauty of the feathers on its head, compelling them to choose Pidgeot as their Pokemon. Mega Pidgeot. Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu and Pokemon Let's Go Eevee. With its muscular strength now greatly increased, it can fly continuously for 2 weeks without resting. Spearow. Pokemon Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu, and Pokemon Let's Go Eevee. Inept at flying high. However, it can fly around very fast to protect its territory. Pokemon Gold and Pokemon Heart Gold. It flaps its short wings to flush out insects from tall grass. It then plucks them with its stubby beak. Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, Omega Ruby, and Pokemon Alpha Sapphire. Spearow has a very loud cry that can be heard over half a mile away if it's high. Keening cry is heard sign that they are warning each other of danger. Pokemon Moon. Farmers whose fields are troubled by bug Pokemon appreciate Spearow for its vigorous appetite and look after it. Pokemon Ultra Sun. Its reckless nature leads it to stand up to others, even large Pokemon, if it has to protect its territory. Pokemon Ultra Moon. Due to its short wings, it can't fly long distances. It wanders about restlessly and pecks at bug Pokemon. Fearow. Pokemon Red, Blue, Leaf Green, and Pokemon X. With its huge and magnificent wings, it can keep aloft without ever having to land for rest. Pokemon Gold and Pokemon Hard Gold. It shoots itself suddenly high into the sky, then plummets down in one fell swoop to strike its prey. Pokemon Crystal. It uses its long beak to attack. It has a surprisingly long reach, so it must be treated with caution. Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, Omega Ruby, and Pokemon Alpha Sapphire. Fearow is recognized by its long neck and elongated beak. They are conveniently shaped for catching prey in soil or water. It deftly moves its long and skinny beak to pluck prey. Pokemon Diamond, Platinum, Pearl, Brilliant Diamond, and Pokemon Shining Pearl. It has the stamina to fly all day on its broad wings. It fights by using its sharp beak. Pokemon Ultra Sun. Carrying food through Fearow's territory is dangerous. It will snatch the food away from you in a flash. Pokemon Ultra Moon. In Alola, fish Pokemon are its prey. It can be seen circling above the ocean, searching for food. Far-fetched. Far-fetched. Pokemon Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu, and Pokemon Let's Go Eevee. Lives where reedy plants grow. They are rarely seen, so it's thought their numbers are decreasing. Pokemon Silver and Pokemon Soul Silver. If it eats the plant stick it carries as emergency rations, it runs off in search of a new stick. Pokemon Crystal. In order to prevent their extinction, more people have made an effort to breed these Pokemon. Pokemon Leaf Green and Pokemon X. The plant stalk it holds is its weapon. The stalk is used like a sword to cut all sorts of things. Pokemon Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black and White 2, Brilliant Diamond, and Pokemon Shining Pearl. It can't live without the stalk it holds. That's why it defends the stalk from attackers with its life. Pokemon Sword. The stalk this Pokemon carries in its wings serve as a sword to cut down opponents. In a dire situation, the stalk can also serve as food. Pokemon Shield. They use a plant stalk as a weapon, but not all of them use it in the same way. Several distinct styles of stalk fighting have been observed. Duo. Pokemon Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu, and Let's Go Eevee. wings make flying difficult. Instead, this Pokemon runs at high speed on developed legs, Pokemon Gold and Pokemon Heart Gold. By alternately raising and lowering its two heads, it balances itself to be more stable while running. Pokemon Silver and Pokemon Soul Silver. It races through grassy plains with powerful strides, leaving footprints up to 4 inches deep. Pokemon Ruby and Pokemon Omega Ruby. Doduo's two heads never sleep at the same time. Its two heads take turns sleeping, so one head can always keep watch for enemies while the other one sleeps. Pokemon Sapphire and Pokemon Alpha Sapphire. Doduo's two heads contain completely identical brains. A scientific study reported that on rare occasions there will be examples of this Pokemon possessing different sets of brains. Pokemon Fire Red and Pokemon X. A two-headed Pokemon that was discovered as a sudden mutation. It runs at a pace of over 60 miles per hour. Pokemon Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black and White 2, Brilliant Diamond, and Pokemon Shining Pearl. The brains in its two heads appear to communicate emotions to each other with a telepathic power. Dodrio. Pokemon Red, Blue, and Pokemon Leaf Green uses its 3 brains to execute complex plans. While 2 heads sleep, 1 head stays awake. Pokemon Gold and Pokemon Heart Gold. It collects data and plans 3 times as wisely, but it may think too much and become immobilized. Pokemon Silver and Pokemon Soul Silver. If one of the heads gets to eat, the others will be satisfied too, and they will stop squabbling. Pokemon Sapphire and Pokemon Alpha Sapphire. Apparently, the heads aren't the only parts of the body that Dodrio has 3 of. It has 3 sets of hearts and lungs as well, so it is capable of running long distances without rest. Pokemon Fire Red and Pokemon Y. An odd species that is rarely found. The 3 heads respectively represent joy, sadness, and anger. Pokemon Emerald. A peculiar Pokemon species with 3 heads. It vigorously races across grassy plains, even in arid seasons with little rainfall. Hoot, 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 hoot. Hoot, hoot. Pokemon Gold, Leaf Green, Heart Gold, Pokemon Y, and Pokemon Sword. It changes feet so fast the movement can rarely be seen. Pokemon Silver, Fire Red, Soul Silver, and Pokemon X. It has a perfect sense of time. Whatever happens, it keeps rhythm by precisely tilting its head in time. Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Pokemon Alpha Sapphire. Hoot Hoot has an internal organ that senses and tracks the Earth's rotation. Using this special organ, this Pokemon begins hooting at precisely the same time every day. Pokemon Platinum. It marks time precisely, Some countries consider it to be a wise friend versed in the world's ways. Pokemon Ultra Sun. Every day, it tilts its head in the same rhythm. A long time ago, people raised these Pokemon to serve as clocks. Pokemon Ultra Moon. It cries out at the same time every day. A long time ago, people cherished it and considered it a divine messenger sent to tell the time. Noctowl. Pokemon Silver, Fire Red, Soul Silver, Pokemon Y, and Pokemon Shield. When it needs to think, it rotates its head 180 degrees to sharpen its intellectual power. Pokemon Crystal. Its extremely soft feathers make no sound in flight. It silently sneaks up on prey without being detected. Pokemon Pearl and Shining Pearl. If it flips its head upside down, it's a sign that it is engaged in very complex thinking. Pokemon Platinum, Black and White 2, and Pokemon Sword. Its eyes are specially developed to enable it to see clearly even in murky darkness and minimal light. Pokemon Ultra Sun. With eyes that can see in pitch darkness, it never lets its prey escape. Some even call it the Emperor of Dark Nights. Pokemon Ultra Moon. When it turns its head entirely upside down, you know it's troubled by something. If you don't leave it be, it will peck you. Tailo. Pokemon Ruby and Pokemon Omega Ruby. Tailo courageously stands its ground against foes. However strong they may be, this gutsy Pokemon will remain defiant even after a loss. On the other hand, it cries loudly if it becomes hungry. Pokemon Sapphire and Pokemon Alpha Sapphire. Tailo is young. It has only just left its nest. As a result, it sometimes becomes lonesome and cries at night. This Pokemon feeds on Wurmple that live in forests. Pokemon Fire Red, Leaf Green, and Pokemon Y. It dislikes cold seasons. They migrate to other lands in search of warmth, flying over 180 miles a day. Pokemon Emerald. Although it is small, it is very courageous. It will take on a larger Skarmory on an equal footing. Swallow. Pokemon Ruby and Pokemon Omega Ruby. Swallow flies high above our heads, making graceful arcs in the sky. This Pokemon dives at a steep angle as soon as it spots its prey. The hapless prey is tightly grasped by Swallow's clawed feet, preventing escape. Pokemon Sapphire and Pokemon Alpha Sapphire. Swallow is very conscientious about the upkeep of its glossy wings. Once two Swallow are gathered, they diligently take care of cleaning each other's wings. Pokemon Fire Red, Leaf Green, and Pokemon X. If its two tail feathers are standing at attention, it is proof of good health. It soars elegantly in the sky. Swablu. this Pokemon is not frightened of people. It lands on the heads of people and sits there like a cotton fluff hat. Pokemon Fire Red, Leaf Green, Pokemon Y, and Pokemon Scarlet. It constantly grooms its cotton-like wings. It takes a shower to clean itself if it becomes dirty. Pokemon Emerald, a Pokemon that has wings like cottony clouds. After enduring winter, in which little food is available, Swablu flocks move closer to towns in the spring. Pokemon Platinum, Black and White, and Pokemon Violet. It can't relax if it or its surroundings are not clean. It wipes off dirt with its wings. Pokemon Shield. Since Swablu looks like a cumulus cloud, foes can have a hard time finding it. Apparently, its wings turned white over many generations. Starly. Pokemon Pearl and Pokemon Shining Pearl. Usually with a large flock, it is barely noticeable when alone. Its cries are very strident. Pokemon Platinum, Black and White 2, and Pokemon Violet. Because they are weak individually, they form groups. However, they bicker if the group grows too big. Pokemon Heart Gold, Soul Silver, Pokemon Y, Alpha Sapphire, and Pokemon Scarlet. They flock around mountains and fields, chasing after bug Pokemon. Their singing is noisy and annoying. Pokemon Legends Arceus. They live in the fields and mountains, gathering in large flocks. Their cries are quite obnoxious. Though small, their wings are strong. A strike from them leaves pain that persists for a week. Staravia, Pokemon Diamond, and Pokemon Brilliant Diamond. It flies around forests and fields in search of bug Pokemon. It stays within a huge flock. Pokemon Pearl, Pokemon Y, Alpha Sapphire, and Pokemon Shining Pearl. It lives in forests and fields. Squabbles over territory occur when flocks collide. Pokemon Platinum, Black and White 2, and Pokemon Scarlet. Recognizing their own weakness, they always live in a group. When alone, a Staravia cries noisily. Pokemon Legends Arceus. They form remarkably large flocks and are constantly fighting amongst themselves. I suspect that those with magnificent plumes on their heads are the strong ones. Staraptor. Pokemon Pearl, Pokemon X, Omega Ruby, and Pokemon Shining Pearl. The muscles in its wings and legs are strong. It can easily fly while gripping a small Pokemon. Pokemon Platinum, Black and White 2, and Pokemon Violet. It never stops attacking even if it is injured. It fusses over the shape of its comb. Pokemon Heart Gold, Soul Silver, Pokemon Y, Alpha Sapphire, and Pokemon Scarlet. When Staravia evolve into Staraptor, they leave the flock to live alone. They have sturdy wings. Pokemon Legends Arceus. It has left the flock, having gained strength enough to survive on its own. The astounding force with which Staraptor flies through the air allows it to carry away large, burly targets. Chatot, 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 chatot. Pokemon Diamond, Pokemon Y, Alpha Sapphire, and Pokemon Brilliant Diamond. It can learn and speak human words. If they gather, they all learn the same saying. Pokemon Platinum, Black and White, and Pokemon Black and White too. Its tongue is just like a human's. As a result, it can cleverly mimic human speech. Pokemon Heart Gold, Soul Silver, Pokemon X, and Pokemon Omega Ruby. It mimics the cries of other Pokemon to trick them into thinking it's one of them. This way they won't attack it. Pokemon Legends Arceus, a versatile performer skilled in the imitation of human speech. It is said that older, more experienced Chatot can even understand the meaning of the words they mimic. Pidove, Pokemon Black. Each follow its trainer's orders as best it can, but they sometimes fail to understand complicated commands. Pokemon White, Pokemon Y, and Pokemon Alpha Sapphire. These Pokemon live in cities. They are accustomed to people. Flocks often gather in parks and plazas. Pokemon Sword, where people go. These Pokemon follow. If they're scattering food for them, be careful. Several hundred of them can gather at once. Pokemon Shield. It's forgetful and not very bright, but many trainers love it anyway for its friendliness and sincerity. Tranquil, 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 tranquil. Pokemon Black. It can return to its trainer's location regardless of the distance separating them. Pokemon White, Pokemon X, and Pokemon Ruby. Many people believe that deep in the forest, where Tranquil live, there is a peaceful place where there is no war. Pokemon Black and White too, Pokemon Y, and Pokemon Alpha Sapphire. No matter where in the world it goes, it knows where its nest is, so it never gets separated from its trainer. Pokemon Shield. These bright Pokemon have acute memories. Apparently, delivery workers often choose them as their partners. Female Unpheasant. Pokemon Sword. Females of this species are very capable flyers, particularly notable for their stamina. They also take longer to adjust to people. Male Unpheasant. Pokemon Sword. Unpheasant are exceptional flyers. The females are known for their stamina, while the males outclass them in terms of speed. Unpheasant. Pokemon White, Pokemon Y, and Pokemon Alpha Sapphire. Males have plumage on their heads. They will never let themselves feel close to anyone other than their trainers. Pokemon Shield. This Pokemon is intelligent and intensely proud. People will sit up and take notice if you become the trainer of one. Rufflet, 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 Rufflet. Pokemon Black and White too. It stands up to massive opponents, not out of courage, but out of recklessness. But that is how it gets stronger. Pokemon Sun and Pokemon Scarlet. They pick fights indiscriminately. They grow stronger and more powerful attacks at them. Although it also consumes berries, it's a carnivore at heart. Pokemon Ultra Sun. With its powerful legs and sturdy claws, it can crack even the hard shells of Shelter and pluck out their insides. Pokemon Ultra Moon. Known as a natural-born warrior. Soon after its hatching, it will challenge its parents to a fight in order to gain their acceptance. Pokemon Sword. If it spies a strong Pokemon, Rufflet can't resist challenging it to a battle. But if Rufflet loses, it starts bawling. Pokemon Shield. A combative Pokemon, it's ready to pick a fight with anyone. It has talons that can crush hard berries. Braviary. Pokemon Black and White 2, Pokemon X, Omega Ruby, and Pokemon Violet. For the sake of its friends, this brave warrior of the sky will not stop battling, even if injured. Pokemon Sun. With its brave disposition, it fears nothing, not even death. Ancient Alolan people respected it, referring to it as the hero of the sky. Pokemon Moon. It's thought that people disturbed their habitats in the past, so Braviary banded together to fight back. Pokemon Ultra Sun. The more scars it has on its front, the more heroic it's considered to be. Those with many scars on their back are mocked by the flock. Pokemon Ultra Moon. Known as the hero of the skies. This Pokemon is so proud and so brave that it will never retreat, even when it's injured. Pokemon Shield. Because this Pokemon is hot-headed and belligerent, it's Corviknight that's taken the role of transportation in Galar. Tornadus. Incarnate form. Pokemon Black, Pokemon X, and Pokemon Omega Ruby. The lower half of its body is wrapped in a cloud of energy. It zooms through the sky at 200 miles per hour. Pokemon White, Pokemon Y, and Pokemon Alpha Sapphire. Tornadus expels massive energy from its tail, causing severe storms. Its power is great enough to blow houses away. Pokemon Legends Arceus. This storm-stirring Pokemon is said to cause the seasons to turn by whipping up the air. I suspect its human-like form to be a false one. Tornadus. Therian form. Pokemon Legends Arceus. An example of what is known as a form change, though I suspect this strange avian guise to be Tornadus' true form. Tornadus has been sighted crossing the ocean while in this form. Fledgling, Pokemon X, and Pokemon Omega Ruby. These friendly Pokemon send signals to one another with beautiful chirps and tail feather movements. Pokemon Moon. When it's excited, its temperature can double, spiking hormone production in its body. Pokemon Ultra Sun. While it's an amiable Pokemon, if you touch it unexpectedly, it will heat up its body in an instant and you'll be burned. Pokemon Ultra Moon. Its body is always warm. Trainers who live in cold areas apparently sleep with it in their bed. Pokemon Sword. Its melodious cries are actually warnings. Fledgling will murder mercilessly peck at anything that enters its territory. Pokemon Scarlet. This Pokemon is normally calm, but once it enters battle, its hormonal balance changes and it becomes aggressive. Pokemon Violet. Fletchling can be found in both rural and urban areas. They once had a huge territorial dispute with Squawkabilly. Fights broke out all over town. Pick a peck, 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 picky peck. Pokemon Sun. It can peck at a rate of 16 times a second to drill holes in trees. It uses the holes for food storage and for nesting. Pokemon Moon. This Pokemon feeds on berries whose leftover seeds become the ammunition for the attacks it fires off from its mouth. Pokemon Ultra Sun. It pecks at trees with its hard beak. You can get some idea of its mood or condition from the rhythm of its pecking. Drumbeak. Pokemon Moon. By bending its beak, it can produce a variety of calls and brand itself a noisy nuisance for its neighbors. Pokemon Ultra Sun. It can bend the tip of its beak to produce over 100 different cries at will. Pokemon Ultra Moon. From its mouth, it fires the seeds of berries it has eaten. The scattered seeds give rise to new plants. Toucanon, 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 toucanon. Toucanon. Pokemon Sun. When it battles, its beak heats up. The temperature can easily exceed 212 degrees Fahrenheit, causing severe burns when it hits. Pokemon Moon. Within its beak, its internal gas ignites, explosively launching seeds with enough power to pulverize boulders. Pokemon Ultra Sun. They smack beaks with others of their kind to communicate. The strength and number of hits tell each other how they feel. Pokemon Ultra Moon. Known for forming harmonious couples, this Pokemon is brought to wedding ceremonies as a good luck charm. Rookity, 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 rookity. Rookity. Pokemon Sword. It will bravely challenge any opponent, no matter how powerful. This Pokemon benefits from every battle. Even a defeat increases its strength a bit. Pokemon Shield. Jumping nimbly about, this small-bodied Pokemon takes advantage of even the slightest opportunity to disorient larger opponents. Pokemon Scarlet. This Pokemon is brave and reckless. The white markings around a Rookity's eyes intimidate faint-hearted Pokemon. Pokemon Violet. The females are fussier than the males. If another creature dirties a female Rookity's wings, it'll peck the offender relentlessly in a burning rage. Corvus Squire. Pokemon Sword. Smart enough to use tools in battle. These Pokemon have been seen picking up rocks and slinging them, or using ropes to wrap up enemies. Pokemon Scarlet. It's said that the reason behind Corvus Squire's high level of intelligence is the large size of its brain relative to those of other bird Pokemon. Pokemon Violet. This intelligent Pokemon will quickly learn how to use any tool it can hold in its beak or its talons. luster of its steel body could drive terror into the heart of any foe. Pokemon Shield. With their great intellect and flying skills, these Pokemon very successfully act as the Galar region's airborne taxi service. Pokemon Scarlet. Corviknight can't serve as a taxi service in Paldea because the Pokemon's natural predators will attack it while it flies, endangering the customer. Gigantamaxed Corviknight. Pokemon Sword. Imbued with Gigantamax energy, its wings can whip up winds more forceful than any hurricane could muster. The gusts blow everything away. Pokemon Shield. The 8 feathers on its back are called blade birds, and they can launch off its body to attack foes independently. Enamorous. Incarnate form. Pokemon Legends Arceus. When it flies to this land from across the sea, the bitter winter comes to an end. According to legend, this Pokemon's love gives rise to the budding of fresh life across Hisui. Enamorous. Therian form. Pokemon Legends Arceus. A different guise from its feminine humanoid form. From the clouds, it descends upon those who treat any form of life with disrespect and metes out wrathful, ruthless punishment. Squawkabilly. Green plumage. Pokemon Scarlet. These Pokemon prefer to live in cities. They form flocks based on the color of their feathers, and they fight over territory. Pokemon Violet. Green feathered flocks hold the most sway. When they're out searching for food in the mornings and evenings, it gets very noisy. Squawkabilly. Blue plumage. Pokemon Scarlet. The largest of their flocks can contain more than 50 individuals. They fly around towns and forests, searching for food and making a racket. Pokemon Violet. Blue-feathered Squawkabilly view their green-feathered counterparts as rivals, since the latter make up the largest, most powerful groups. Squawkabilly. Yellow plumage. Pokemon Scarlet. These Squawkabilly are hot-headed, and their fighting style is vicious. They'll leap within reach of their foes to engage in close combat. Pokemon Violet. The yellow Squawkabilly are especially fierce. They've even been known to drive other bird Pokemon out of town. Squawkabilly. White plumage. Pokemon Scarlet. This Pokemon dislikes being alone. It has a strong sense of community and survives by cooperating with allies. Pokemon Violet. Though these Squawkabilly are the fewest in number, they have no trouble in living in towns since they blend in with the white buildings. Bombardier. Pokemon Scarlet. It gathers things up in an apron made from shed feathers, added to the Pokemon's chest feathers, then drop those things from high places for fun. Pokemon Violet. Bombardier uses the apron on its chest to bundle up food, which it carries back to its nest. It enjoys dropping things that make loud noises. resembles a certain Pokemon introduced in a paranormal magazine, described as the offspring of a Hydreigon that fell in love with a robot. Alolan Raichu, Pokemon's son. It only evolves to this form in the Alola region. According to researchers, its diet is one of the causes of this change. Pokemon Ultra Sun. It focuses psychic energy into its tail and rides it like it's surfing. Another name for this Pokemon is Hodad. Pokemon Ultra Moon. When you rub its cheeks, a sweet fragrance comes wafting out. However, you'll also get a light shock. Pokemon Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu, and Let's Go Eevee. It loves pancakes prepared with a secret Alolan recipe. Some wonder whether that recipe holds the key to this Pokemon's evolution. Pokemon Shield. This Pokemon rides on its tail while it uses its psychic powers to levitate. It attacks with star-shaped thunderbolts. Abra. Pokemon Sapphire and Alpha Sapphire. Abra needs to sleep for 18 hours a day. If it doesn't, this Pokemon loses its ability to use telekinetic powers. If it is attacked, Abra escapes using teleport while it is still sleeping. Pokemon Moon. It can teleport itself to safety while it's asleep, but when it wakes, it doesn't know where it is, so it panics. Pokemon Ultra Moon. It can read others' minds and will teleport away when danger approaches. You must clear your mind if you want to catch it. Pokemon Sword. This Pokemon uses its psychic powers while it sleeps. The contents of Abra's dreams affect the powers that the Pokemon wields. Pokemon Shield. Abra can teleport in its sleep. Apparently, the more deeply Abra sleeps, the farther its teleportations go. Kadabra, Kadabra, Kadabra. Pokemon Silver, Soul Silver, and Pokemon Y. If it uses its abilities, it emits special alpha waves that cause machines to malfunction. Pokemon Ruby and Omega Ruby. Kadabra emits a peculiar alpha wave if it develops a headache. Only those people with a particularly strong psyche can hope to become a trainer of this Pokemon. Pokemon Sapphire and Alpha Sapphire. Kadabra holds a silver spoon in its hand. The spoon is used to amplify the alpha waves in its brain. Without the spoon, the Pokemon is said to be limited to half the usual amount of its telekinetic powers. Pokemon Emerald. It is rumored that a boy with psychic abilities suddenly transformed into Kadabra while he was assisting research into extrasensory powers. Pokemon Diamond. If one is nearby, shadow appears on TV screens. Seeing the shadow is said to bring bad luck. Pokemon Ultra Sun. It stares at a silver spoon to amplify its psychic powers before it lets loose. Apparently, gold spoons are no good. Pokemon Sword. Using its psychic power, Kadabra levitates as it sleeps. It uses its springy tail as a pillow. Pokemon Shield. This Pokemon's telekinesis is immensely powerful. To prepare for evolution, Kadabra stores up psychic energy in the star on its forehead. Alakazam. Pokemon Red, Blue, Leaf Green, and Pokemon Y. Its brain can outperform a supercomputer. Its IQ, intelligence quotient, is said to be around 5,000. Pokemon Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu, and Let's Go Eevee. A Pokemon that can memorize anything. It never forgets what it learns. That's why this Pokemon is smart. Pokemon Ruby and Omega Ruby. Alakazam's brain continually grows, making its head far too heavy to support with its neck. This Pokemon holds its head up using its psychokinetic power instead. Pokemon Moon. Its brain cells continue to increase in number until its death. The older the Alakazam, the larger its head. Pokemon Ultra Sun. Alakazam uses its psychic powers to make the spoons it carries. Each spoon is an original that there's only one of in the whole world. Pokemon Ultra Moon. If it trusts someone deeply, it will let them have one of its spoons. Anything you eat with that spoon is apparently delicious. Mega Alakazam. Pokemon Sun. As a result of Mega Evolution, its power has been entirely converted into psychic energy, and it has lost all strength in its muscle. Pokemon Moon. Its hidden psychic power has been unleashed. A glance at someone gives it knowledge of the course of that person's life, from birth to death. Pokemon Ultra Sun. It sends out psychic power from the red organ on its forehead to foresee its opponent's every move. Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee. It's adept at precognition. When attacks completely miss Alakazam, that's because it's seeing the future. Galarian Ponyta. Pokemon Sword. Its small horn hides a healing power. With a few rubs from this Pokemon's horn, any slight wound you have will be healed. Pokemon Shield. This Pokemon will look into your eyes and read the contents of your heart. If it finds evil there, it promptly hides away. Slow poke. 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 Slowpoke. Pokemon Red, Blue, and Leaf Green. 5 seconds for it to feel pain when under attack. Pokemon Silver and Soul Silver. A sweet sap leaks from its tail's tip. Although not nutritious, the tail is pleasant to chew on. Pokemon Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black and White, and Pokemon Black and White 2. Although slow, it is skilled at fishing with its tail. It does not feel pain if its tail is bitten. Pokemon Moon. Alolan home cooking involves drying slowpoke tails and then simmering them into a salty stew. Pokemon Sword. Slow-witted and oblivious, this Pokemon won't feel any pain if its tail gets eaten. It won't notice when its tail grows back either. Galarian Slowpoke. Pokemon Sword. Although this Pokemon is normally zoned out, its expression abruptly sharpens on occasion. The cause for this seems to lie in Slowpoke's diet. Pokemon Shield. Because Galarian Slowpoke eat the seeds of a plant that grows only in Galar, their tails have developed a spicy flavor. Slowbro. Pokemon Red, Blue, and Pokemon Leaf Green. The shelter that is latched onto Slowpoke's tail is said to feed on the host's leftover scraps. Pokemon Gold and Hard Gold. If the tail-biting shelter is thrown off in a harsh battle, it reverts to being an ordinary Slowpoke. Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, Omega Ruby, and Pokemon Alpha Sapphire. Slowbro's tail has a shelter firmly attached with a bite. As a result, the tail can't be used for fishing anymore. This causes Slowbro to grudgingly swim and catch prey instead. Pokemon Sun. It spaces out while gazing at the sea. With Shelter's poison flowing through its body, it becomes even spacier. Pokemon Ultra Moon. Shelter, in its greed to suck out more and more sweetness from Slowbro's tail, has metamorphosed into a spiral-shaped shell. Pokemon Sword. Slowpoke became Slowbro when a shelter bit onto its tail. Sweet flavors seeping from the tail make the shelter feel as if its life is a dream. Mega Slowbro. Pokemon Moon. When bathed in the energy of Mega Evolution, Shelter converts into impregnable armor. There is virtually no change in Slowpoke. Pokemon Ultra Moon. Having been swallowed whole by Shelter, Slowbro now has an iron defense. It's pretty comfortable in there too. Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee. Under the influence of Shelter's digestive fluids, Slowpoke has awakened, gaining a great deal of power and a little motivation to boot. Galarian Slowbro. A Shelter bite set off a chemical reaction with the spices inside Slowbro's body, causing Slowbro to become a poison-type Pokemon. It will sometimes show you dreams it has eaten in the past. Pokemon Gold, Heart Gold, and Pokemon Y. If you think you had a good dream but you can't remember it, a drowsy has probably eaten it. Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire. If your nose becomes itchy while you are sleeping, it's a sure sign that one of these Pokemon is standing above your pillow and trying to eat your dream through your nostrils. Pokemon Fire Red, a descendant of the legendary animal Baku, which is said to eat dreams. It is skilled at hypnotism. Pokemon Sun, a Pokemon that nourishes itself by eating dreams. It is thought to share common ancestry with Muna and Musharna. Pokemon Ultra Sun. It can be spotted near recreational facilities, intending to eat the pleasant dreams of children who enjoyed themselves there that day. Hypno, Pokemon Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu, and Let's Go Eevee. Avoid eye contact if you come across one. It will try to put you to sleep by using its pendulum. Pokemon Gold and Heart Gold. When it is very hungry, it puts humans it needs to sleep. Then it feasts on their dreams. Pokemon Fire Red and Pokemon X. It carries a pendulum-like device. There once was an incident in which it took away a child it hypnotized. Pokemon Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black and White 2, and Pokemon Y. Seeing its swinging pendulum can induce sleep in 3 seconds, even in someone who just woke up. Pokemon Ultra Sun. In Alola, Komala is Hypno's main target. It rarely harms people. Pokemon Ultra Moon. There are some Hypno that assist doctors with patients who can't sleep at night in hospitals. Starmie, Pokemon Red, Blue, Leaf Green, and Pokemon X. Its central core glows with the 7 colors of the rainbow. Some people value the core as a gem. Pokemon Fire Red. This Pokemon has a geometric body. Because of its body, the locals suspect that it is an alien creature. Pokemon Emerald. People in ancient times imagined that Starmie were transformed from the reflection of stars that twinkled on gentle waves at night. Pokemon Ultra Sun. Its sparkling core is called the Gem of the Sea. This core can be made into high-priced accessories that are traded in secret. Galarian Articuno. Pokemon Sword. Its feather-like blades are composed of psychic energy and can shear through thick iron sheets as if they were paper. Mewtwo. Pokemon Red, Blue, Leaf Green, and Pokemon X. It was created by a scientist after years of horrific gene splicing and DNA engineering experiments. Pokemon Gold undiscovered cave. This Pokemon was created solely for battling. Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire. Mewtwo is a Pokemon that was created by genetic manipulation. However, even though the scientific power of humans created this Pokemon's body, they failed to endow Mewtwo with a compassionate heart. Mega Mewtwo, why? Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee. Despite its diminished size, its mental power has grown phenomenally. With a mere thought, it can smash a skyscraper to smithereens. Mew. Pokemon Red, Blue, and Leaf Green. So rare that it is still said to be a mirage by many experts. Only a few people have seen it worldwide. Pokemon Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu, and Let's Go Eevee. When viewed through a microscope, this Pokemon's short, fine, delicate hair can be seen. Pokemon Crystal, Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black and White 2, and Pokemon X. Because it can use all kinds of moves, many scientists believe Mew to be the ancestor of Pokemon. Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire. Mew is said to possess the genetic composition of all Pokemon. It is capable of making itself invisible at will, so it entirely avoids notice even if it approaches people. Pokemon Fire Red, a Pokemon of South America that was thought to have been extinct. It is very intelligent and learns any move. Nadu. Pokemon Gold, Leaf Green, Heart Gold, Pokemon X, and Pokemon Shield. Because its wings aren't yet fully grown, it has to hop to get around. It is always staring at something. Pokemon Crystal and Pokemon Sword. It is extremely good at climbing tree trunks and likes to eat the new sprouts on the trees. Pokemon Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black and White 2. It picks food from cactus plants, deftly avoiding buds and spines. It seems to skip about to move. Xatu. Pokemon Silver, Fire Red, and Soul Silver. In South America, it is said that its right eye sees the future and its left eye views the past. Pokemon Ruby and Omega Ruby. Xatu stands rooted and still in one spot all day long. People believe that this Pokemon does so out of fear of the terrible things it has foreseen in the future. Pokemon Emerald. It has the enigmatic power of foreseeing the future. Some people in different lands have long believed that Xatu are emissaries from another world. Pokemon Ultra Moon. While it can see the future, it has no desire to change it, which is probably why it remains motionless at all times. Espeon. Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire. Espeon is extremely loyal to any trainer considers to be worthy. It is said that this Pokemon developed its precognitive powers to protect its trainer from harm. Pokemon Diamond and Pokemon Pearl. Its fur has the look and feel of velvet. The orb on its forehead glows when it uses Psycho Power. Pokemon Black and White 2 and Pokemon Y. Its fur is so sensitive, it can feel minute shifts in the air and predict the weather and its foes' thoughts. Pokemon Ultra Moon. Psychic power builds up in the orb on its forehead as it bathes in the sunshine. Espeon is not good at battling at night. Slow King. Pokemon Silver, Fire Red, Soul Silver, and Pokemon Y. When its head was bitten, toxins entered Slowpoke's head and unlocked an extraordinary power. Pokemon Crystal. Every time it yawns, Shelter injects more poison into it. The poison makes it more intelligent. Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire. Slowking undertakes research every day in an effort to solve the mysteries of the world. However, this Pokemon apparently forgets everything it has learned if the shelter on its head comes off. Pokemon Moon. This Pokemon is so famed for its intellect that a proverb still persists in some regions. When in doubt, ask Slowking. Pokemon Ultra Moon. It's called the Sage of the Sea. It engages in battles of wits with Oranguru, but the result is usually a draw. Pokemon Shield. Slowking can solve any problem presented to it, but no one can understand a thing Slowking says. Galarian Slowking. Pokemon Shield while chanting strange spells. This Pokemon combines its internal toxins with what it's eaten, creating strange potions. Unknown. Pokemon Crystal. Because different types of unknown exist, it is said that they must have a variety of abilities. Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire. This Pokemon is shaped like ancient writing. It is a mystery as to which came first, the ancient writings or the various unknown. Research into this topic is ongoing, but nothing is known. Pokemon Platinum, Black and White, and Black and White 2. When alone, nothing happens. However, if there are two or more, an odd power is said to emerge. Wobbuffet. Pokemon Gold, Leaf Green, Heart Gold, Pokemon X, and Pokemon Sword. It hates light and shock. If attacked, it inflates its body to pump up its counter-strike. Pokemon Ruby and Omega Ruby. If two or more Wobbuffet meet, they will turn competitive and try to outdo each other's endurance. However, they may try to see which one can endure the longest without food. Trainers need to beware of this habit. Pokemon Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black and White, and Black and White 2. It desperately tries to keep its black tail hidden. It is said its tail uses some sort of mysterious power to drive away the enemy. Pokemon Ruby and Omega Ruby. Girafareg's rear head also has a brain, but it is small. The rear head attacks in response to smells and sounds. Approaching this Pokemon from behind can cause the rear head to suddenly lash out and bite. Pokemon Sapphire and Alpha Sapphire. Girafareg's rear head contains a tiny brain that is too small for thinking. However, the rear head doesn't need to sleep, so it can keep watch over its surroundings 24 hours a day. Pokemon Emerald. A Girafarig is a herbivore. It eats grass and tree shoots. While it is eating, its tail makes chewing and swallowing motions as if it were also eating. Lugia. Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire. Lugia's wings pack devastating power. A light fluttering of its wings can blow apart regular houses. As a result, this Pokemon chooses to live out of sight deep under the sea. Pokemon Silver, Fire Red, Soul Silver, and Pokemon Y. It is said to be the guardian of the seas. It is rumored to have been seen on the night of a storm. Meditite, 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 Meditite. Pokemon Sapphire and Alpha Sapphire. Meditite heightens its inner energy through meditation. It survives on just one berry a day. Minimal eating is another aspect of this Pokemon's training. Pokemon Emerald. It continually meditates for hours every day. As a result of rigorous and dedicated yoga training, it has tempered its spiritual powers so much it can fly. Medicham and Mega Medicham. Pokemon Ruby and Omega Ruby. It is said that through meditation, Medicham heightens energy inside its body and sharpens its sixth sense. This Pokemon hides its presence by merging itself with fields and mountains. Pokemon Fire Red, Leaf Green, and Pokemon X. It elegantly avoids attacks with dance-like steps, then launches a devastating blow in the same motion. Pokemon Platinum, Black and White, and Black and White 2. It gains the ability to see the aura of its opponents by honing its mind through starvation. Spoink, 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 spoink. Pokemon Ruby and Omega Ruby. Spoink bounces around on its tail. The shock of its bouncing makes its heart pump. As a result, this Pokemon cannot afford to stop bouncing. If it stops, its heart will stop. Pokemon Sapphire and Alpha Sapphire. Spoink keeps a pearl on top of its head. The pearl functions to amplify this Pokemon's psychokinetic powers. It is therefore on a constant search for a bigger pearl. Pokemon Fire Red and Leaf Green. It apparently dies if it stops bouncing about. It carries a pearl from Clamperl on its head. Grumpig. Pokemon Ruby and Omega Ruby. Grumpig uses the black pearls on its body to amplify its psychic power waves this Pokemon uses its special power, its snorting breath grows labored. Pokemon Emerald, Heart Gold, and Soul Silver. It stores power in the black pearls on its forehead. When it uses psychic power, it performs an odd dance step. Its style of dancing became hugely popular overseas. Lunatone. Pokemon Sapphire and Alpha Sapphire. Lunatone becomes active around the time of the full moon. Instead of walking, it moves by floating in mid-air. This Pokemon's intimidating red eye causes all those who see it to become transfixed with fear. Pokemon Fire Red and Leaf Green. Its health ebbs and flows with the lunar cycle. It brims with power when exposed to the light of the full moon. Soul Rock. Pokemon Ruby and Omega Ruby. Soul Rock is a new species of Pokemon that is said to have fallen from space. It floats in air and moves silently. In battle, this Pokemon releases intensely bright light. Pokemon Emerald. Solar energy is the source of this Pokemon's power. On sunny days, groups of Solrock line up facing the sun and absorb its light. Baltoy, Pokemon Fire Red, Leaf Green, and Pokemon Shield. It was discovered in ancient ruins. While moving, it constantly spins. It stands on one foot even when asleep. Pokemon Ultra Moon. When they find others of their kind, they cry out loudly and gather together. Large numbers of them can be found in old graveyards. Claydol, Pokemon Emerald. A Claydol sleeps while hovering in mid-air. Its arms are separate from its body. They are kept floating by the Pokemon's manipulation of psychic power. Pokemon Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black and White, and Pokemon X. An ancient clay figurine that came to life as a Pokemon from exposure to a mysterious ray of light. Pokemon Ultra Moon. The ancient people who made it apparently modeled it after something that descended from the sky. It fires beams from both arms. Chimecho, Pokemon Ruby and Omega Ruby. Chimecho makes its cries echo inside its hollow body. When this Pokemon becomes enraged, its cries result in ultrasonic waves that have the power to knock foes flying. Pokemon Sapphire and Alpha Sapphire. In high winds, Chimecho cries as it hangs from a tree branch or the eaves of a building using a suction cup on its head. This Pokemon plucks berries with its long tail and eats them. Pokemon Emerald. They fly about very actively when the hot season arrives. They communicate among themselves using 7 different and distinguishing cries. Why not? Pokemon Ruby and Omega Ruby. Why not can always be seen with a big, happy smile on its face. Look at its tail to determine if it is angry. When angered, this Pokemon will be slapping the ground with its tail. Pokemon Sapphire and Alpha Sapphire. Why not gather on moonlit nights to play by squeezing up against each other? down and refracts light to alter its appearance. Pokemon Heart Gold, Soul Silver, and Pokemon X. It communicates using telepathy. Its body is covered in down that refracts light to make it invisible. Latios and Mega Latios, Pokemon Sapphire and Alpha Sapphire. Latios will only open its heart to a trainer with a compassionate spirit. This Pokemon can fly faster than a jet plane by folding its forelegs to minimize air resistance. Pokemon Emerald. Even in hiding, it can detect the locations of others and sense their emotions since it has telepathy. Its intelligence allows it to understand human languages. Pokemon Heart Gold, Soul Silver, and Pokemon Y. It understands human speech and is highly intelligent. It is a tender Pokemon that dislikes fighting. Deoxys, Pokemon Ruby, and Omega Ruby. The DNA of a space virus underwent a sudden mutation upon exposure to a laser beam and resulted in Deoxys. The crystalline organ on this Pokemon's chest appears to be its brain. Pokemon Fire Red. This Deoxys has transformed into its aggressive guise. It can fool enemies by altering its appearance. Pokemon Leaf Green. When it changes form, an aurora appears. It absorbs attacks by altering its cellular structure. Jingling, 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 jingling. Pokemon Diamond and Brilliant Diamond. It emits cries by agitating an orb at the back of its throat. It moves with flouncing hops. Pokemon Heart Gold and Soul Silver. It emits high-frequency cries that people can't hear. Once it starts, it can cry for an awfully long time. Gallade and Mega Gallade. Pokemon Diamond, Pearl, Pokemon Y, Alpha Sapphire, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl. A master of courtesy and swordsmanship, it fights using extending swords on its elbows. Pokemon Sword. True to its honorable warrior image, it uses the blades on its elbows only in defense of something or someone. Uxie. Pokemon Diamond, Pokemon X, Omega Ruby, and Brilliant Diamond. Known as the being of knowledge, it is said that it can wipe out the memory of those who sees its eyes. Pokemon Platinum, Black and White, and Black and White 2. When Uxie flew, people gained the ability to solve problems. It was the birth of knowledge. Mesprit, Pokemon Diamond, Pokemon X, Omega Ruby, and Brilliant Diamond. Known as the being of emotion, it taught humans the nobility of sorrow, pain, and joy. Pokemon Platinum, Black and White, and Black and White 2. When Mesprit flew, people learned the joy and sadness of living. It was the birth of emotions. Azelf. Pokemon Diamond, Pokemon X, said to represent the crescent moon. Victini. Pokemon Black, Pokemon X, and Omega Ruby. This Pokemon brings victory. It is said that trainers with Victini always win, regardless of the type of encounter. Pokemon Black and White 2, Pokemon Y, and Alpha Sapphire. When it shares the infinite energy it creates, that being's entire body will be overflowing with power. Muna. Pokemon Sword. Late at night, it appears beside people's pillows. As it feeds on dreams, the patterns on its body give off a faint glow. Pokemon Shield. It eats dreams and releases mist. The mist is pink when it's eating a good dream, and black when it's eating a nightmare. Musharna. Pokemon Black, Pokemon X, and Omega Ruby. The mist emanating from their foreheads is packed with the dreams of people and Pokemon. Pokemon Sword. When dark mists emanate from its body, don't get too near. If you do, your nightmares will become reality. Woobat. Pokemon Black and White 2, Pokemon Y, and Alpha Sapphire. The heart-shaped mark left on a body after a Woobat has been attached to it is said to bring good fortune. Pokemon Shield. It emits ultrasonic waves as it flutters about, searching for its prey. Bug Pokemon. Darmanitan. Zen Mode. Pokemon Sword. Through meditation, it calms its raging spirit and hones its psychic powers. Pokemon Shield. When wounded, it stops moving. It goes as still as stone to meditate, sharpening its mind and spirit. Sigilif. Pokemon Sword. Psychic power allows these Pokemon to fly. Some say they were the guardians of an ancient city. Others say they were the guardians' emissaries. Pokemon Shield. A discovery was made in the desert where Sigilif fly. The ruins of what may have been an ancient city were found beneath the sands. Gothita. Pokemon Black, Pokemon X, and Omega Ruby. Their ribbon-like feelers increase their psychic power. They are always staring at something. Pokemon Shield. Even when nobody seems to be around, Gothita can still be heard making a muted cry. Many believe it's speaking to something only it can see. Gothorita. Pokemon White, Pokemon X, and Omega Ruby. Starlight is the source of their power. At night, they mark star positions by using psychic power to float stones. Pokemon Black and White 2, Pokemon Y, and Alpha Sapphire. According to many old tales, it creates friends for itself by controlling sleeping children on starry nights. Pokemon Sword. It's said that when stars shine in the night sky, this Pokemon will spirit away sleeping children. Some call it the Witch of Punishment. Gothitelle. Pokemon Black, Pokemon X, and Omega Ruby. Starry skies, thousands of light years away, are visible in the space, distorted by their intense psychic power. Pokemon Black and White too. It can see the future from the movement of the stars. When it learns its trainer's lifespan, it cries in sadness. Pokemon Shield. A criminal who was shown his fate by a Gothitelle went missing that same day and was never seen again. Solosis. Pokemon Black, Pokemon Y, and Alpha Sapphire. They drive away attackers by unleashing psychic power. They can use telepathy to talk with others. Pokemon White, because their bodies are enveloped in a special liquid, they can survive in any environment. Duocean. Pokemon White. When their brains, now divided into two, are thinking the same thoughts, these Pokemon exhibit their maximum power. Pokemon Sword. Its psychic power can supposedly cover a range of more than half a mile, but only if its two brains can agree with each other. Reuniclus. Pokemon Black, Pokemon Y, and Alpha Sapphire. When Reuniclus shake hands, a network forms between their brains, increasing their psychic power. Pokemon Sword. While it could use its psychic abilities in battle, this Pokemon prefers to swing its powerful arms around to beat opponents into submission. Pokemon Shield. It's said that drinking the liquid surrounding Reuniclus grants wisdom. Problem is, the liquid is highly toxic to anything besides Reuniclus itself. Elgium. Pokemon Black, Pokemon X, and Omega Ruby. It uses its strong psychic power to squeeze its opponent's brain, causing unendurable headaches. Pokemon Ultra Sun. It controls tremendous psychic power. Most reports of alien sightings are actually just people mistaking Elgium for an alien. Pokemon Sword. If this Pokemon stands near a TV, strange scenery will appear on the screen. That scenery is said to be from its home. Beheeyem. Pokemon Black and White 2, Pokemon X, and Omega Ruby. Apparently it communicates by flashing its 3 fingers, but those patterns haven't been decoded. Pokemon Ultra Sun. With its psychic powers, it rewrites its opponent's memories. You, too, may have already had your memories rewritten. Pokemon Sword. Whenever a Beheeyem visits a farm, a Dubwool mysteriously disappears. Meloetta. Pokemon Black, Pokemon Y, and Alpha Sapphire. Its melodies are sung with a special vocalization method that can control the feelings of those who hear it. Pokemon White. Many famous songs have been inspired by the melodies that Meloetta plays. Delphox. Pokemon X and Omega Ruby. It gazes into the flame which allows it to see into the future. As per Pokemon X and Omega Ruby, the organ that emits its intense psychic power is sheltered by its ears to keep power from leaking out. Pokemon Sword. Though Esper's expression never changes, behind that blank stare is an intense struggle to contain its devastating psychic power. Male Meowstic. Pokemon Sword. Revealing the eye-like patterns on the inside of its ears will unleash its psychic powers. It normally keeps the patterns hidden, however. Pokemon Shield. The defensive instinct of the males is strong. It's when they're protecting themselves or their partners that they unleash their full power. Female Meowstic. Pokemon Sword. Females are a bit more selfish and aggressive than males. If they don't get what they want, they will torment you with their psychic abilities. Pokemon Shield. If it doesn't hold back when it unleashes its psychic power, it can tear apart a tanker. Its unfriendliness is part of its charm. Oricorio. Bow Style. Pokemon Sun. This Oricorio relaxes by swaying gently. This increases its psychic energy, which it then fires at its enemies. Pokemon Moon. This Oricorio has sipped pink nectar. Its enemies' hearts melt at the sight of its gently swaying hips. Pokemon Ultra Sun. It relaxes its opponents with its elegant dancing. When they let their guard down, it showers them with psychic energy. Oranguru. Pokemon Moon. Deep in the jungle, high in the lofty canopy, this Pokemon abides. On rare occasions, it shows up at the beach to match wits with Slowking. Pokemon Sword. With waves of its fan made from leaves and its own fur, Oranguru skillfully gives instructions to other Pokemon. Pokemon Shield. It knows the forest inside and out. If it comes across a wounded Pokemon, Oranguru will gather medicinal herbs to treat it. Bruxish. Pokemon Sun. When it unleashes its psychic power from the protuberance on its head, the grating sound of grinding teeth echoes through the area. Pokemon Moon. It stuns its prey with psychokinesis and then grinds them to mush with its strong teeth. Even Shelter Shell is no match for it. Cosmog. Pokemon Sun. Its body is gaseous and frail. It slowly grows as it collects dust from the atmosphere. Pokemon Moon. In ages past, it was called the Child of the Stars. It's said to be a Pokemon from another world, but no specific details are known. Pokemon Ultra Sun. Even though its helpless, gaseous body can be blown away by the slightest breeze, of starlight fuels this Pokemon's growth. The shell that encases it is harder than any known material. Necrozma, Pokemon Ultra Sun. It looks somehow pained as it ranges around in search of light, which serves as its energy. It's apparently from another world. Pokemon Ultra Moon. Light is the source of its energy. If it isn't devouring light, impurities build up in it and on it, and Necrozma darkens and stops moving. Ultra Necrozma, Pokemon Ultra Moon. The light pouring out from all over its body affects living things and nature, impacting them in various ways. Dot lur, dot lur, dot lur, dot lur, dot lur. Pokemon Shield. As it grows inside its shell, it uses its psychic abilities to monitor the outside world and prepare for evolution. Or Beetle, Pokemon Sword. It's famous for its high level of intelligence, and the large size of its brain is proof that it also possesses immense psychic power. Gigantamaxed, or Beetle, Pokemon Shield. If it were to utilize every last bit of its power, it could control the minds of every living being in its vicinity. Hatena, Pokemon Sword. Via the protrusion on its head, it senses other creatures' emotions. If you don't have a calm disposition, it will never warm up to you. Pokemon Shield. If this Pokemon senses a strong emotion, it will run away as fast as it can. It prefers areas without people. Hatchrim, Pokemon Sword. No matter who you are, if you bring strong emotions near this Pokemon, it will silence you violently. Pokemon Shield. Using the braids on its head, it pummels foes to get them to quiet down. One blow from those braids would knock out a professional boxer. Male Indeedee, Pokemon Sword. It uses the horns on its head to sense the emotions of others. Males will act as valets for those they serve, looking after their every need. Female Indeedee, Pokemon Shield. They diligently serve people and Pokemon so they can gather feelings of gratitude. The females are particularly good at babysitting. Caterpie, Pokemon Red, Blue, Leaf Green, and Pokemon Shield. Its short feet are tipped with suction pads that enable it to tirelessly climb slopes and walls. Pokemon Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu, and Let's Go Eevee. If you touch the feeler on top of its head, it will release a horrible stink to protect itself. Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Pokemon Alpha Sapphire. Caterpie has a voracious appetite. It can devour leaves bigger than its body right before your eyes. From its antenna, this Pokemon releases a terrifically strong odor. Pokemon Sun. When attacked by bird Pokemon, it resists by releasing a terrifically strong odor from its antenna, but it often becomes their prey. Pokemon Moon. It's easy to catch and it grows quickly, making it one of the top recommendations for novice Pokemon trainers. Pokemon Ultra Moon. Its body is soft and weak. In nature, its perpetual fate is to be seen by others as food. Metapod. Pokemon Yellow. Let's go Pikachu and let's go Eevee. It hardens its shell to protect itself. However, a large impact may cause it to pop out of its shell. Pokemon Crystal. This is its pre-evolved form. At this stage, it can only harden, so it remains motionless to avoid attack. Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Pokemon Alpha Sapphire. The shell covering this Pokemon's body is as hard as an iron slab. Metapod does not move very much. It stays still because it is preparing its soft innards for evolution inside the hard shell. Pokemon Sun. Its shell is filled with its soft innards. It doesn't move much because of the risk it might carelessly spill its innards out. Pokemon Ultra Moon. Its hard shell doesn't crack a bit, even if Pikachu pecks at it, but it will tip over, spilling out its insides. Butterfree. Pokemon Red, Blue, Leaf Green, and Pokemon Sword. In battle, it flaps its wings at high speed to release highly toxic dust into the air. Pokemon Yellow. Let's go Pikachu and let's go Eevee. Its wings, covered with poisonous powders, repel water. This allows it to fly in the rain. Pokemon Gold, Heart Gold, and Pokemon Shield. It collects honey every day. It rubs honey onto the hairs on its legs to carry it back to its nest. Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Pokemon Alpha Sapphire. Butterfree has a superior ability to search for delicious honey from flowers. It can even search out, extract, and carry honey from flowers that are blooming over 6 miles from its nest. Pokemon Sun. Close examination of its large eyes reveals that each eye is composed of a myriad of tiny eyes. Pokemon Ultra Sun. Its wings are covered in toxic scales. If it finds bird Pokemon going after Caterpie, Butterfree sprinkles its scales on them to drive them off. Pokemon Ultra Moon. Nectar from pretty flowers is its favorite food. In fields of flowers, it has heated battles with Cutiefly for territory. Gigantamax. Butterfree. Pokemon Sword. Crystallized Gigantamax energy makes up this Pokemon's blindingly bright and highly toxic scales. Weedle. its head secretes a strong poison. It uses this toxic barb to protect itself. Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Pokemon Alpha Sapphire. Weedle has an extremely acute sense of smell. It is capable of distinguishing its favorite kinds of leaves from those it dislikes just by sniffing with its big red proboscis or nose. Pokemon Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black and White 2, Brilliant Diamond, and Pokemon Shining Pearl. It eats its weight in leaves every day. It fends off attackers with a needle on its head. Kakuna, Pokemon Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu, and Let's Go Eevee. Able to move only slightly when endangered, it may stick out its stinger and poison its enemy. Pokemon Silver and Soul Silver. From this form, it will grow into an adult as its body becomes softer. The external shell hardens. Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Pokemon Alpha Sapphire. Kakuna remains virtually immobile as it clings to a tree. However, on the inside, it is extremely busy as it prepares for its coming evolution. This is evident from how hot the shell becomes to the touch. Pokemon Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black and White 2, Brilliant Diamond, and Pokemon Shining Pearl. While awaiting evolution, it hides from predators under leaves and in nooks of branches. Beedrill, Pokemon Gold and Heart Gold. It can take down any opponent with its powerful poison stingers. It sometimes attacks in swarms. Pokemon Silver and Soul Silver. It has 3 poison barbs. The barb on its tail secretes the most powerful poison. Pokemon Crystal. It uses sharp, poisonous stings to defeat prey, then takes the victim back to its nest for food. Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire. Beedrill is extremely territorial. No one should ever approach its nest. This is for their own safety. If angered, they will attack in a furious swarm. Mega Beedrill, Let's Go Pikachu, and Let's Go Eevee. Its legs have become poison stingers. It stabs its prey repeatedly with the stingers on its limbs, dealing the final blow with a stinger on its rear. Venonat, Pokemon Red, Blue, Leaf Green, and Pokemon Y. Lives in the shadows of tall trees where it eats insects. It is attracted by light at night. Pokemon Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu, and Let's Go Eevee. Its large eyes act as radars. In a bright place, you can see that they are clusters of many tiny eyes. Pokemon Silver and Soul Silver. poison oozes from all over its body. It catches and eats small bugs at night that are attracted by light. Venomoth. Pokemon Red, Blue, and Leaf Green. The dust-like scales covering its wings are color-coded to indicate the kinds of poison it has. Pokemon Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu, and Let's Go Eevee. The powdery scales on its wings are hard to remove from the skin. They also contain poison that leaks out on contact. Pokemon Silver and Soul Silver. The powder on its wings is poisonous if it is dark in color. If it is light, it causes paralysis. Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire. Venomoth is nocturnal. It is a Pokemon that only becomes active at night. Its favorite prey are small insects that gather around street lights, attracted by the light in the darkness. Scyther. Pokemon Silver and Soul Silver. When it moves, it leaves only a blur. If it hides in grass, its protective coloration makes it invisible. Pokemon Crystal. It's very proud of its speed. It moves so fast that its opponent does not even know what knocked it down. Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire. Scyther is blindingly fast. Its blazing speed enhances the effectiveness of the twin scythes on its forearms. This Pokemon scythes are so effective, they can slice through thick logs in one wicked stroke. Pokemon Fire Red and Pokemon X. It tears and shreds prey with its wickedly sharp scythes. It very rarely spreads its wings to fly. Pokemon Moon. While young, they live together deep in the mountains, training themselves in how to fight with their scythes and move at high speeds. Pokemon Ultra Sun. Its two sharp scythes are more than just weapons. It uses them with dexterity to dress its prey before eating. Pokemon Ultra Moon. Some call it a ninja. Its movements, imperceptibly quick, are sufficient to cleave the air in two. It's very popular in Alola. Pokemon Shield. If you come across an area in a forest where a lot of the trees have been cut down, what you found is a Scyther's territory. Pinsir. Pokemon Red, Blue, and Leaf Green. If it fails to crush the foe in its pincers, it will swing around and toss the opponent. Pokemon Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu, and Let's Go Eevee. Grips its prey in its pincers and squeezes hard. It can't move if it's cold, so it lives in warm places. Pokemon Gold and Heart Gold. With its horns, it digs burrows to sleep in at night. In the morning, damp soil clings to its body. Pokemon Sapphire and Alpha Sapphire. Pinsir has a pair of massive horns. Protruding from the surface of these horns are thorns. These thorns are driven deeply into the foe's body when the pincer closes. making it tough for the foe to escape. Pokemon Ultra Sun. It gets into territorial disputes with Vikavolt. For some reason, it apparently gets along well with Heracross and Alola. Mega Pinsir. Pokemon Sun. The influence of Mega Evolution leaves it in a state of constant excitement. It pierces enemies with its two large horns before shredding them. Pokemon Moon. Bathed in the energy of Mega Evolution, its wings become unusually developed. It flies at speeds of approximately 30 miles per hour. Pokemon Ultra Sun. After Mega Evolution, it becomes able to fly. Perhaps because it's so happy, it rarely touches the ground. Ladybug. Pokemon Gold, Leaf Green, and Heart Gold. It is very timid. It will be afraid to move if it is alone, but it will be active if it is in a group. Pokemon Silver, Fire Red, Soul Silver, and Pokemon X. When the weather turns cold, lots of ladybug gather from everywhere to cluster and keep each other warm. Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire. Ladybug secretes an aromatic fluid from where its legs joins its body. This fluid is used for communicating with others. This Pokemon conveys its feelings to others by altering the fluid's scent. Pokemon Sun. They are timid and grow uneasy when not in a swarm with others of their kind. The pattern on their backs differs slightly from one to another. Pokemon Moon. They communicate with one another using bodily fluids that give off odors. When they're angry, their odor smells sour. Lydia. Pokemon Gold, Leaf Green, Heart Gold, and Pokemon X. When the stars flicker in the night sky, it flutters about, scattering a glowing powder. Pokemon Silver, Fire Red, Soul Silver, and Pokemon Y. The star pattern on its back grow larger or smaller, depending on the number of stars in the night sky. Pokemon Crystal. In the daytime, when it gets warm, it curls up inside a big leaf and drifts off into a deep slumber. Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire. It is said that in lands with clean air, where the stars fill the sky, there live Lydian in countless numbers. There is a good reason for this. The Pokemon uses the light of the stars as its energy. Pokemon Moon. In battle, it throws punches with all four arms. The power of each individual blow is piddly, so it aims to win by quantity rather than quality. Spinarak. Pokemon Crystal. If prey becomes ensnared in its nest of spun string, it waits motionlessly until it becomes dark. Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, is touching its web just by the tiny vibrations it feels through the web's strands. Pokemon Sun. It waits intently until its preferred prey, Cutie Fly, gets caught in its web. In fact, it's quite a patient Pokemon. Pokemon Moon. Some fishermen weave its sturdy thread into nets to catch fish Pokemon. Ariados. Pokemon Gold, Leaf Green, Heart Gold, and Pokemon X. It spins string not only from its rear, but also from its mouth. It's hard to tell which end is which. Pokemon Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black and White 2, Pokemon Y, Brilliant Diamond, and Pokemon Shining Pearl. It attaches silk to its prey and sets it free. Later, it tracks the silk to the prey and its friends. Diabolical. Pokemon Sun. Pokemon Sun. There are some areas where people use the string Ariados spins for their own weaving. The resulting cloth is popular for its strength. Pokemon Moon. It spins thread from both its rear and its mouth. Then it wraps its prey up in thread and sips their bodily fluids at its leisure. Yanma. Pokemon Gold, Leaf Green, Heart Gold, and Pokemon Y. If it flaps its wings really fast, it can generate shock waves that will shatter windows in the area. Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire. Yanma is capable of seeing 360 degrees without having to move its eyes. It is a great flyer that is adept at making sudden stops and turning mid-air. This Pokemon uses its flying ability to quickly chase down targeted prey. Pokemon Legends Arceus. Its frail wings are so thin that one can see clear through them. However, during flight, these wings exhibit the power to churn air with force enough to launch a house skyward. Pinnacle. Pokemon Crystal. It spits out a fluid that it uses to glue tree bark to its body. The fluid hardens when it touches air. Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Pokemon Alpha Sapphire. Pinnacle hangs from a tree branch and patiently waits for prey to come along. If the Pokemon is disturbed while eating by someone shaking its tree, it drops down to the ground and explodes with no warning. Pokemon Ultra Sun. Motionless. It hangs from trees, waiting for its bug Pokemon prey to come to it. Its favorite in Alola is Cutie Fly. Pokemon Ultra Moon. It sticks tree bark to itself with its saliva, making itself thicker and larger. Elderly Pinnacle are ridiculously huge. Shuckle, 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 shuckle. docile, but if disturbed while sipping honey, it chases off the intruder with its horn. Pokemon Crystal and Pokemon Y. With its Herculean powers, it can easily throw around an object that is 100 times its own weight. Pokemon Sapphire and Alpha Sapphire. Heracross has sharp claws on its feet. These are planted firmly into the ground or the bark of a tree, giving the Pokemon a secure and solid footing to forcefully fling away foes with its proud horn. Pokemon Platinum and Pokemon Black and White. It loves sweet honey. To keep all the honey to itself, it hurls rivals away with its prized horn. Pokemon Legends Arceus. This Pokemon has an unparalleled horn. Heracross itself demonstrates tremendous power. It's capable of throwing several people trained in the traditional arts of war at once. Mega Heracross. Pokemon Ultra Moon. A tremendous influx of energy builds it up, but when Mega Evolution ends, Heracross is bothered by terrible soreness in its muscles. Wurmple, 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 Wurmple. Pokemon Ruby and Omega Ruby. Using the spikes on its rear end, Wurmple peels the bark off trees and feeds on the sap that oozes out. This Pokemon's feet are tipped with suction pads that allow it to cling to glass without slipping. Pokemon Sapphire and Alpha Sapphire. Wurmple is targeted by Swallow as prey. This Pokemon will try to resist by pointing the spikes on its rear at the attacking predator. It will weaken the foe by leaking poison from the spikes. Pokemon Pearl and Shining Pearl. It spits a white silk that turns sticky when it contacts air. It is used to immobilize foes. Pokemon Platinum, Black and White, and Black and White 2. Often targeted by bird Pokemon, it desperately resists by releasing poison from its tail spikes. Pokemon Legends Arceus. It likes sap and is abundant in the wild. Why it evolves into various different forms is unknown. One cannot tell from a Wurmple's appearance which form it will take when it evolves. Silcoon. Pokemon Ruby and Omega Ruby. Silcoon tethers itself to a tree branch using silk to keep from falling. There, this Pokemon hangs quietly while it awaits evolution. It peers out of the silk cocoon through a small hole. Pokemon Sapphire and Alpha Sapphire. Silcoon was thought to endure hunger and not consume anything before its evolution. However, it is now thought that this Pokemon slakes its thirst by drinking rainwater that collects on its silk. Pokemon Legends Arceus. It wraps itself in thin strings of silk while it stores energy for evolution. It cannot extend its limbs and its movement is slow, but its eyes keep a sharp lookout. Silcoon is always on guard. Beautifly. Pokemon Ruby and Omega Ruby. Beautifly's favorite food is the sweet pollen of flowers. If you want to see this Pokemon, does so because if it were to move, its body would be weak upon evolution. This Pokemon will also not forget the pain it endured. Pokemon Platinum, Black and White 2, and Pokemon Y. It never forgets any attack it endured while in the cocoon. After evolution, it seeks payback. Pokemon Heart Gold and Soul Silver. It endures attacks with patience because the more pain before evolution, the sturdier it becomes. Pokemon Legends Arceus. The silk coating its body is thin, but sufficiently strong. Cascoon's silk has a luster and texture superior to that of Silcoon's, and clothes made using Cascoon silk are regarded as top-notch. Dustox. Pokemon Ruby and Omega Ruby. Dustox is instinctively drawn to light. Swarms of this Pokemon are attracted by the bright lights of cities, where they wreak havoc by stripping the leaves off roadside trees for food. Pokemon Emerald. It is a nocturnal Pokemon that flies from fields and mountains to the attraction of streetlights at night. It looses highly toxic powder from its wings. Masquerain. Pokemon Ruby and Omega Ruby. Masquerain intimidates enemies with the eye-like patterns on its antennas. This Pokemon flaps its four wings to freely fly in any direction, even sideways and backwards, as if it were a helicopter. Pokemon Sapphire and Alpha Sapphire. Masquerain's antennas have eye-like patterns that usually give it an angry look. If the eyes are droopy and appear sad, it is said to be a sign that a heavy rainfall is on its way. Pokemon Ultra Moon. Its thin, wing-like antennae are highly absorbent. It waits out rainy days in tree hollows. Nincada. Pokemon Sapphire and Alpha Sapphire. Nincada lives underground. It uses its sharp claws to carve the roots of trees and absorb moisture and nutrients. This Pokemon can't withstand bright sunlight, so avoids it. Pokemon Fire Red, Leaf Green, Pokemon X, and Pokemon Sword. Because it lived almost entirely underground, it is nearly blind. It uses its antenna instead. Ninjask. Pokemon Ruby and Omega Ruby. Ninjask moves around at such a high speed that it cannot be seen. Even while its crying can be clearly heard. For that reason, this Pokemon was long believed to be invisible. Pokemon Sapphire and Alpha Sapphire. If Ninjask is not trained properly, it will refuse to obey the trainer and cry loudly continuously. Because of this quality, this Pokemon is said to be one that puts the trainer's abilities to the test. Volbeat. Pokemon Ruby and Omega Ruby. With the arrival of night, Volbeat emits light from its tail. It communicates with others by adjusting the intensity and flashing of its light. The is attracted by the sweet aroma of Illumise. Pokemon Emerald, with their taillights lit, Volbeat fly in a swarm, drawing geometric designs in the night sky. They move their nests if their pond water becomes dirty. Illumise, Pokemon Sapphire and Alpha Sapphire. Illumise leads a flight of illuminated Volbeat to draw signs in the night sky. This Pokemon is said to earn greater respect from its peers by composing more complex designs in the sky. Pokemon Fire Red and Leaf Green. It guides Volbeat to draw signs in night skies. There are scientists that study the patterns it creates. Pokemon Heart Gold, Soul Silver, and Pokemon X. Its fragrance attracts a swarm of Volbeat, so they draw over 200 patterns in the night sky. Anorith, Pokemon Ultra Sun. When restored, Anorith are released into the ocean. They don't thrive because the water composition has changed since their era. Pokemon Shield. Anorith can swim swiftly by pulling its 8 wings through the water like oars on a boat. This Pokemon is an ancestor of modern bug Pokemon. Armaldo. Pokemon Ultra Moon. Armaldo adapted from living in water to living on land. It has been determined that it is the ancestor of some bug Pokemon. Pokemon Shield. Though it lives on land, it's also a good swimmer. It dives into the ocean in search of prey, using its sharp claws to take down its quarry. Kricketot. Pokemon Pearl, X, Omega Ruby, and Shining Pearl. It chats with others using the sounds of its colliding antenna. These sounds are fall hallmarks. Pokemon Heart Gold, Soul Silver, Pokemon Y, and Alpha Sapphire. When its antenna hit each other, it sounds like the music of a xylophone. Pokemon Legends Arceus. When the trees take on new hues, more of these Pokemon appear. The tone they create by striking their antenna together resembles that of the marimba, an instrument of foreign lands. Kricketune. Pokemon Diamond, Pokemon X, Omega Ruby, and Brilliant Diamond. It crosses its knife-like arms in front of its chest. When it cries, it can compose melodies and lip. its cloak is even slightly damaged, Burmy will immediately repair it with whatever is close at hand. The Pokemon within the cloak is scrawny and vulnerable to the cold. Burmy, Sandy Cloak. Pokemon Legends Arceus. It creates a cloak by weaving together sand, mud, and silk. It has spat out. This earthen cloak is ruined by wind and rain, so the Pokemon hides away in caves and other such places. Burmy, Trash Cloak. Pokemon Legends Arceus. When confronted by a lack of other materials, Burmy will create its cloak using dust and refuse. The cloak seems to be more comfortable than one would think. Wormadam, Sandy Cloak. Pokemon Legends Arceus. Its earthen skin is reasonably hard. It has no problem repelling a Starly's pecking, at least. Mothim, Pokemon Pearl and Shining Pearl. It does not keep a nest. It flies over fields and mountains in constant search of floral honey. Pokemon Platinum, Black and White, and Black and White 2. While it loves floral honey, it won't gather any itself. Instead, it plots to steal some from Combi. Combi, Pokemon Sword. The members of the trio spend all their time together. Each one has a slightly different taste in nectar. Pokemon Legends Arceus. They swear fealty to a queen Pokemon and work diligently to gather nectar. Each swarm produces a different flavor of honey. Vespiquen, Pokemon Diamond, Pokemon Y, Alpha Sapphire, and Brilliant Diamond. Its abdomen is a honeycomb for grubs. It raises its grubs on honey collected by Combi. Pokemon Black and White 2, Pokemon X, and Omega Ruby. It houses its colony in cells in its body and releases various pheromones to make those grubs do its bidding. Pokemon Sword. Pokemon Legends Arceus. It commands its subjects to build its hive. It will dispatch any interlopers who dare sneak into its nest and use them as nourishment for itself. Skorupi, Pokemon Diamond, Pokemon X, Omega Ruby, and Brilliant Diamond. It grips prey with its tail claws and injects poison. It tenaciously hangs on until the poison takes. Pokemon Sword. After burrowing into the sand, it waits patiently for prey to come near. This Pokemon and Sislipede share common descent. Yanmega. Pokemon Black and White 2, Pokemon X, and Omega Ruby. It prefers to battle by biting apart foes' heads instantly while flying by at high speed. Pokemon Legends Arceus. Extremely violent. When hunting, it wastes none of its energy, aiming only for prey's most vulnerable spots. Any who manage to tame this Pokemon must be of incredible bravery. Venipede. Pokemon Black and White 2. Using the feelers on its head and tail, it picks up vibrations in the air to determine its prey's location and state. Pokemon Sword. Venipede and Whirlipede are similar species, but when the two meet, a huge fight ensues. Whirlipede, 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 whirlipede. Pokemon Sword. This Pokemon spins itself rapidly and charges into its opponent. Its top speed is just over 60 miles per hour. Pokemon Shield. Whirlipede protects itself with a sturdy shell and poisonous spikes while it stores up the energy it'll need for evolution. Scolipede, 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 Scolipede. Scolipede. Pokemon Black and White 2, Pokemon X and Omega Ruby. It clasps its prey with the claws on its neck until it stops moving. Then it finishes it off with deadly poison. Pokemon Shield. Scolipede engage in fierce territorial battles with Centiskorch. At the end of one of these battles, the victor makes a meal of the loser. Dwebble. Pokemon Black and White 2, Pokemon Y, and Alpha Sapphire. When it finds a stone of a suitable size, it secretes a liquid from its mouth to open up a hole to crawl into. Pokemon Sword. When it finds a stone appealing, it creates a hole inside and uses it as its home. This Pokemon is the natural enemy of Roggenrola and Roly-Coly. Pokemon Shield. It first tries to find a rock to live in, but if there are no suitable rocks to be found, Dwebble may move into the ports of a Hippodon. Grasshole. Pokemon Black, Pokemon Y, and Alpha Sapphire. Competing for territory, Grasshole fight viciously. The one whose boulder is broken is the loser of the battle. Pokemon Shield. Its thick claws are its greatest weapons. They're mighty enough to crack Rhyperior's carapace. Carablast. Pokemon Black, Pokemon X, and Omega Ruby. These mysterious Pokemon evolve when they receive electrical stimulation while they are in the same place as Showman. Pokemon Shield. It spits a liquid from its mouth to melt through Shellman's shell. Carablast doesn't eat the shell, it eats only the contents. Joltik, 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 Joltik. Pokemon Black. Joltik that live in cities have learned a technique for sucking electricity from the outlets in houses. Pokemon Shield. Joltik latch on to other Pokemon and suck out static electricity. They're often found sticking to Yamper's hindquarters. Galvantula. Pokemon White, Pokemon X, and Omega Ruby. They employ an electrically charged web to trap their prey. While it is immobilized by shock, they leisurely consume it. Pokemon Shield. It lays traps of electrified threads near the nests of bird Pokemon, aiming to snare chicks that are not yet good at flying. Shellmet. Pokemon White, Pokemon Y, and Alpha Sapphire. It evolves when bathed in an electric-like energy along with Carablast. The reason is still unknown. Pokemon Sword. When attacked, it tightly shuts the lid of its shell. This reaction fails to protect it from Carablast, however, because they can still get into the shell. Excelgor. Pokemon Black, Pokemon Y, and Alpha Sapphire. comic popular. Larvesta, Pokemon Black. This Pokemon was believed to have been born from the sun. When it evolves, its entire body is engulfed in flames. Pokemon Ultra Sun. When battling opponents, it sprays fire from its 5 horns. The max temperature of the flames can reach nearly 5,500 degrees Fahrenheit. Volcarona, Pokemon Black and White 2. Thought to be an embodiment of the sun, it appeared during a bitterly cold winter and saved Pokemon from freezing. Pokemon White, Pokemon X, and Omega Ruby. A sea of fire engulfs the surroundings of their battles, since they use their 6 wings to scatter their ember scales. Pokemon Ultra Sun. As it flies, it scatters its flaming scales. It was feared by ancient people who referred to it as the Rage of the Sun. Scatterbug, Pokemon X and Omega Ruby. When under attack from bird Pokemon, it spews a poisonous black powder that causes paralysis on contact. Spuba, Pokemon X and Omega Ruby. It lives hidden within thicket shadows. When predators attack, it quickly bristles the fur covering its body in an effort to threaten them. Pokemon Y and Alpha Sapphire. The beaks of bird Pokemon can't begin to scratch its stalwart body. To defend itself, it spews powder. Vivian, Pokemon Y and Alpha Sapphire. The patterns on this Pokemon's wings depends on the climate and topography of its habitat. It scatters colorful scales. Grubbin, Pokemon Ultra Sun. If you find its nest, you shouldn't stick your hand inside. You'll get bitten by an irritated Grubbin. Pokemon Sword. Its natural enemies, like Rookidee, may flee rather than risk getting caught in its large mandibles that can snap thick tree branches. Charjabug, Pokemon Sun. Its body is capable of storing electricity. On camping trips, people are grateful to have one around. Pokemon Shield. Its digestive processes convert the leaves it eats into electricity. An electric sac in its belly stores the electricity for later use. Vikavolt, Pokemon Ultra Sun. It has an organ that generates electricity in its abdomen. It concentrates energy in its strong jaws and fires off powerful jolts of electricity. Pokemon Shield. If it carries a Charjabug to use as a spare battery, a flying Vikavolt can rapidly fire high-powered beams of electricity. Buzzwole, Pokemon Ultra Moon. Buzzwole goes around showing off its abnormally swollen muscles. It is one kind of Ultra Beast. Pheromosa, Pokemon Moon. One of the Ultra Beasts. It refuses to touch anything, perhaps because it senses some uncleanliness in this world. Blip, blip, blip-buck, 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 blip-buck. Pokemon Sword, a constant collector of information. This Pokemon is very smart. Very strong is what it isn't. Pokemon Shield. uses to assess its surroundings. Sislipede. Pokemon Shield. It wraps prey up with its heated body, cooking them in its coils. Once they're well done, it will voraciously nibble them down to the last morsel. Centiskorch. Pokemon Sword. When it heats up, its body temperature reaches about 1,500 degrees Fahrenheit. It lashes its body like a whip and launches itself at enemies. Gigantamaxed Centiskorch. Pokemon Sword. Gigantamax energy has evoked a rise in its body temperature, now reaching over 1,800 degrees Fahrenheit. Its heat waves incinerate its enemies. Cleaver. Pokemon Legends Arceus. A violent creature that fells towering trees with its crude axes and shields itself with hard stone. If one should chance upon this Pokemon in the wilds, one's only recourse is to flee. Aerodactyl. Pokemon Red, Blue, and Pokemon Leaf Green. A ferocious prehistoric Pokemon that goes for the enemy's throat with its serrated, saw-like fangs. Pokemon Crystal. In prehistoric times, this Pokemon flew freely and fearlessly through the skies. Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Pokemon Alpha Sapphire. Aerodactyl is a Pokemon from the age of dinosaurs. It was regenerated from genetic material extracted from amber. It is imagined to have been the king of the skies in ancient times. Pokemon Sun. A Pokemon from the age of the dinosaurs, it used its saw-like fangs to shred its prey before eating them. Pokemon Moon. In ancient times, it ruled the skies. A widely accepted theory is that it went extinct due to a large meteor impact. Pokemon Ultra Sun. Restored from DNA found in amber, this Pokemon exhibited ferocity that was greater than expected. Some casualties resulted. Pokemon Ultra Moon. It flew through the open skies over the ancient continent as if they were its own. When it touched ground, its walk was weak and slow. Pokemon Sword. This is a ferocious Pokemon from ancient times. Apparently, even modern technology is incapable of producing a perfectly restored specimen. Pokemon Shield. Aerodactyl saw-like fangs can shred skin to tatters, even the skin of steel-type Pokemon. Mega Aerodactyl. Mega Aerodactyl. Part of its body has become stone. Some scholars claim that this is Aerodactyl's true appearance. Pokemon Moon. When it mega evolves, it becomes more vicious than ever before. Some say that's because its excess of power is causing it pain. Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee. The power of Mega Evolution has completely restored its genes. The rocks on its body are harder than diamond. Pseudo-Udo, 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 Pseudo-Udo. Pseudo-Udo. Pokemon Gold, Leaf Green, pretends to be a tree, its composition appears to be closer to a rock than a plant. Pokemon Silver, Fire Red, Soul Silver, and Pokemon Violet. It disguises itself as a tree to avoid attack. It hates water, so it will disappear if it starts raining. Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, Omega Ruby, and Pokemon Alpha Sapphire. Sudowoodo camouflages itself as a tree to avoid being attacked by enemies. However, because the forelegs remain green throughout the year, this Pokemon is easily identified as a fake during the winter. Pokemon Moon. Apparently, the larger the green parts of this Pokemon, the more collectors value it. It's a particular favorite among elderly people. Pokemon Ultra Sun. It's so popular with the elderly that there's a magazine devoted to this Pokemon. Fans obsess over the particular length and angle of its arms. Pokemon Ultra Moon. The result of its holding the same pose all the time is arms that have become supple, yet strong. Pokemon Legends Arceus. Though it pretends to be a tree, it fails to fool even children. Do not touch. Its body feels more like rock than tree bark. Sudowoodo's extreme aversion to water merits special note. Nose Pass. Pokemon Ruby and Pokemon Omega Ruby. Nosepass's magnetic nose is always pointed to the north. If two of these Pokemon meet, they cannot turn their faces to each other when they are close because their magnetic noses repel one another. Pokemon Sapphire and Pokemon Alpha Sapphire. Nosepass has been said to be completely unmoving, with its magnetic nose pointed due north. However, close observation has revealed that the Pokemon actually moves by a little over 3/8 of an inch every year. Pokemon Emerald. Its body emits a powerful magnetism. It feeds on prey that is pulled in by the force. Its magnetism is stronger in cold seasons. Pokemon Sun. The magnet in Nosepass's nose provides an unerring compass, making it an excellent partner for trainers going on a journey. Pokemon Moon. It uses powerful magnetism to drag its prey toward it. It's also been known to pull in metal, which it collects and uses to protect itself. Pokemon Ultra Sun. It moves less than an inch a year, but when it's in a jam, it will spin and drill down into the ground in a split second. Pokemon Ultra Moon. It hunts without twitching a muscle by pulling in its prey with powerful magnetism, but sometimes it pulls natural enemies in close. Pokemon Legends Arceus. Once the people of Hisui discovered that its red nose always points north, they grew to rely on it greatly when traveling afar. The nose seems to work in a similar way to ancient compasses. Regirock. Pokemon Ruby and Pokemon Omega Ruby. Regirock was sealed away by people long ago. If this Pokemon's body is damaged in battle, it is said to seek out suitable rocks on its own to repair itself. Pokemon Sapphire and Pokemon Alpha Sapphire. Regirock's body is composed entirely of rocks. Recently, a study made the startling discovery that the rocks were all unearthed from different locations. Pokemon Heart Gold, Soul Silver, and Pokemon Y. The same rocks that form its body have been found in ground layers around the world. Pokemon Shield, cutting-edge technology, was used to study the internals of this Pokemon's rock body, but nothing was found, not even a brain or a heart. Granados. Pokemon Pearl, Pokemon X, Omega Ruby, and Pokemon Shining Pearl. It was resurrected from an iron ball-like fossil. It downspray with its headbutts. Pokemon Platinum, Pokemon Y, and Pokemon Alpha Sapphire. A lifelong jungle dweller from 100 million years ago. It would snap, obstructing trees with headbutts. Pokemon Sun. It lived in jungles around 100 million years ago. It used its skillful headbutts to combat Aerodactyl. Pokemon Ultra Sun. A primeval Pokemon. It possesses a hard and sturdy skull, lacking any intelligence within. Pokemon Ultra Moon. Its hard skull is its distinguishing feature. It snapped trees by headbutting them, and then it fed on their ripe berries. Pokemon Legends Arceus. An incredibly rare sight. They duel each other by ramming their heads together, and the resulting sound echoes throughout the area like the pealing of a bell. Rampardos. Pokemon Platinum, Black and White, Pokemon Black and White 2. If two were to smash their heads together, their foot-thick skulls would keep them from fainting. Pokemon Heart Gold, Soul Silver, Pokemon X, and Pokemon Omega Ruby. Its skull withstands impacts of any magnitude. As a result, its brain never gets the chance to grow. Pokemon Sun. The result of repeated headbutts is a skull grown thick and hard. However, its brain has shrunk in size compared with Granitos's. Pokemon Moon. Records exist of a revived fossil that evolved into Rampardos. It proceeded to escape and then destroy a skyscraper with a headbutt. Pokemon Ultra Sun. In ancient times, people would dig up fossils of this Pokemon and use its skull, which is harder than steel, to make helmets. Pokemon Ultra Moon. This ancient Pokemon used headbutts skillfully. Its brain was really small, so some theories suggest that its stupidity led to its extinction. Bonsly. Pokemon Diamond and Pokemon Brilliant Diamond. It looks as if it is always crying. It is actually adjusting its body's fluid levels by eliminating access. Pokemon Pearl, Pokemon X, Pokemon Omega Ruby. It leaks water from its eyes to adjust its body's fluid levels. Pokemon Sun. It does not deal well with water, so it lives in dry locales. Since its surroundings tend to lack greenery, it stands out noticeably. Pokemon Moon and Pokemon Violet. From its eyes, it can expel excess moisture from its body. This liquid is similar in composition to human sweat. Pokemon reminiscent of sweating. Its eyes expel moisture. Pokemon Sword. It expels both sweat and tears from its eyes. The sweat is a little salty, while the tears have a slight bitterness. Pokemon Legends Arceus. Its tears elicit sympathy from those who see them, but do not be deceived. This expulsion of body water is merely a physiological mechanism for keeping itself in good health. Rock'n'rolla, 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 rock'n'rolla. Pokemon White, Pokemon Y, and Pokemon Alpha Sapphire. They were discovered 100 years ago in an earthquake fissure. Inside each one is an energy core. Pokemon Sun. Born deep within the ground, it compares itself with similar species such as Geodude and Garbink to settle which has the hardest body. Pokemon Moon. The hexagonal cavity is its ear. It walks in the direction of sounds it hears, but if the sounds cease, it panics and topples over. Pokemon Ultra Sun. The hexagonal hole is its ear. Deep in that ear is an energy core, so if you stick your hand in there, Roggenrola will be very angry. Pokemon Ultra Moon. It was found in a fissure in a layer of exposed rock. The material that makes up its body is dirt from several hundred years ago. Pokemon Sword. It's as hard as steel, but apparently a long soak in water will cause it to soften a bit. Boldor. Pokemon Black, Pokemon Black and White 2, Pokemon Y, and Pokemon Alpha Sapphire. When it overflows with power, the orange crystal on its body glows. It looks for underground water in caves. Pokemon Sun. Its orange crystal is a mass of energy. Just one crystal fragment would provide enough fuel for 100 dump trucks. Pokemon Moon. It explores caves in search of underground water. It's not comfortable around water, so this Pokemon takes great care in lapping it up. Pokemon Ultra Sun. The energy overflowing from its body has turned into orange crystals that are hard enough to smash diamonds. Pokemon Ultra Moon. Its orange crystals are lumps of powerful energy. They're valuable, so Boldor is sometimes targeted for them. Pokemon Shield. It relies on sound in order to monitor what's in its vicinity. When angered, it will attack without ever changing the direction it's facing. Gigalith. Gigalith. Pokemon Black, Pokemon Y, and Pokemon Alpha Sapphire. Compressing the energy from its internal core lets it fire off an attack capable of blowing away a mountain. Pokemon White. The solar energy absorbed by its body's orange crystals is magnified internally and fired from its mouth. Pokemon Sun. The blasts of energy it makes from sunbeams have terrifying power. However, it's not able to fire its blasts at night or on rainy days. Pokemon Ultra Sun. When it fires off energy with all its might, the power creates countless fissures on its body. Pokemon Ultra Moon. It absorbs rays of sunlight and shoots out energy. It's usually lurking deep beneath the surface. Pokemon Sword. This hardy Pokemon can often be found on construction sites and in mines, working alongside people and Copperajah. Pokemon Shield. Although its energy blast can blow away a dump truck, they have a limitation. They can only be fired when the sun is out. Argent. Pokemon White, Pokemon X, and Pokemon Omega Ruby. Revived from a fossil, this Pokemon is thought to be the ancestor of all bird Pokemon. Pokemon Black and White too. It was revived from an ancient fossil. Not able to fly, it lived in treetops and hopped from one branch to another. Pokemon Moon. To all appearances flightless, it was able to glide down from tall treetops to snag its prey. Pokemon Ultra Sun. Once thought to be the ancestor of all bird Pokemon, some of the latest research suggests that may not be the case. Pokemon Shield. Archon is said to be the ancestor of bird Pokemon. It lived in treetops eating berries and bug Pokemon. Archeops. Pokemon Black, Pokemon X, and Pokemon Omega Ruby. They are intelligent and will cooperate to catch prey. From the ground, they use a running start to take flight. Pokemon White. It runs better than it flies. It catches prey by running at speeds comparable to those of an automobile. Pokemon Moon. They hunted in flocks. When one Archeops had the prey cornered, another would swoop on it. Pokemon Ultra Sun. This ancient Pokemon's plumage is delicate, so if anyone other than an experienced professional tries to restore it, they will fail. Pokemon Ultra Moon. Said to be an ancestor of bird Pokemon. The muscle it uses to flap its wings are still weak, so it needs a long runway in order to take off. Pokemon Sword. It needs a running start to take off. If Archeops wants to fly, it first needs to run nearly 25 miles per hour, building speed over a course of about 2.5 miles. Pokemon Shield. Though capable of flight, Archeops was apparently better at hunting on the ground. Terrakion. Pokemon Black. This Pokemon came to the defense of Pokemon that lost their homes in a war among humans. Pokemon Black and White 2, Pokemon Y, and Pokemon Alpha Sapphire. Spoken of in legend, this Pokemon used its phenomenal power to destroy a castle in its effort to protect Pokemon. Pokemon Sword. It has phenomenal power. It will mercilessly crush anyone or anything that bullies small Pokemon. Pokemon Shield. In Unnovan legend, Terrakion battled against humans in an effort to protect other Pokemon. Rockruff. Pokemon Moon. This Pokemon has lived with people since times long ago. It can sense when its trainer is in the dumps and will stick close by its trainer's side. Pokemon Ultra Sun. As they develop, their disposition grows more violent and aggressive. Many trainers find them too much to handle and abandon them. Pokemon Ultra Moon. When it rubs the rocks on its neck against you, that's proof of its love for you. However, the rocks are sharp, so the gesture is quite painful. Pokemon Shield. This Pokemon intimidates opponents by striking the ground with the rocks on its neck. The moment launches. Rockruff attacks. Pokemon Scarlet. This Pokemon is very friendly when it's young. Its disposition becomes vicious once it matures, but it never forgets the kindness of its master. Lycanroc. Midday form. Pokemon Sun. Its quick movements confuse its enemies. Well equipped with claws and fangs, it also uses the sharp rocks in its mane as weapons. Pokemon Moon. When properly raised from a young age, it will become a trustworthy partner that will absolutely never betray its trainer. Pokemon Ultra Sun. The sharp rocks in its mane can cut like knives. Lycanroc wears its prey down by degrees before finishing them off. Pokemon Ultra Moon. The rocks in its mane are sharper than a knife. Fragments that break off are treasured as good luck charms. Pokemon Shield. With swift movements, this Pokemon gradually backs its prey into a corner. Lycanroc's fangs are always aimed toward opponents' weak spots. Lycanroc. Midnight form. Pokemon Sun. The more intimidating the opponent it faces, the more this Pokemon's blood boils. It will attack with no regard for its own safety. Pokemon Ultra Sun. It has no problem ignoring orders it doesn't like. It doesn't seem to mind getting hurt at all, as long as it can finish off its opponent. Pokemon Ultra Moon. They live alone without forming packs. They will only listen to orders from trainers who can draw out their true power. Pokemon Shield. It's invigorated by powerful opponents. The stronger, the better. A full force headbutt from one of these Lycanroc can shatter giant boulders. Pokemon Scarlet. This Pokemon uses its rocky mane to slash any who approach. It will even disobey its trainer if it dislikes the orders it was given. Pokemon Violet. This Lycanroc has an extremely vicious temperament. It will happily sustain injuries for the sake of taking down its opponent. Lycanroc. Dusk form. Pokemon Ultra Sun. Bathed in the setting sun of evening, Lycanroc has undergone a special kind of evolution. An intense fighting spirit underlies its calmness. Pokemon Ultra Moon. This strange form is the result of its evolving at dusk. It's very rare in Alola. Pokemon Shield and Pokemon Violet. These Pokemon have both calm and ferocious qualities. Their temperamental nature makes them a difficult species to raise. Meteor form. Pokemon Moon. Strong impacts can knock it out of its shell. This Pokemon was born from mutated nanoparticles. Pokemon Ultra Sun. It lives in the ozone layer, where it becomes food for stronger Pokemon. When it tries to run away, it falls to the ground. Minior core form. Pokemon Sun. It eats dust in the atmosphere. The composition of the dust determines the color of its core. Pokemon Moon. If its core stays exposed, it will soon die off. It's possible that it may survive if it's put into a Pokeball quickly enough. Roly-coly, 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 roly-coly. Roly-coly. has the same composition as coal. Fittingly, this Pokemon was first discovered in coal mines about 400 years ago. Pokemon Shield. It can race around like a unicycle, even on rough, rocky terrain. Burning coal sustains it. Pokemon Scarlet. On sunny days, Roly-Poly will come out onto grassy plains and roll around. Then it will eat the grass that gets tangled in its wheel-like leg. Pokemon Violet. Chunks of the surface of this Pokemon's body that have grown old and flaked off have long been used for fuel as an alternative to coal. Stonejourner. Pokemon Sword. It stands in grasslands, watching the sun's descent from zenith to horizon. This Pokemon has a talent for delivering dynamic kicks. Pokemon Shield. Once a year. On a specific date and at a specific time, they gather out of nowhere and form up in a circle. Pokemon Scarlet. The elemental composition of the rocks that form its body were found to match the bedrock of a land far away from this Pokemon's habitat. Nacli. Pokemon Scarlet. It was born in a layer of rock salt deep under earth. This species was particularly treasured in the old days as they would share precious salt. Pokemon Violet. The ground scrapes its body as it travels, causing it to leave salt behind. Salt is constantly being created and replenished inside Nacli's body. Knuckle Stack. Pokemon Scarlet. This Pokemon dry cures its prey by spraying salt all over them. The curing process steals away the water in the prey's body. Pokemon Violet. It compresses rock salt inside its body and shoots out hardened salt pellets with enough force to perforate an iron sheet. Garganacl. Pokemon Scarlet. Garganacl will rub its fingertips together and sprinkle injured Pokemon with salt. Even severe wounds will promptly heal afterward. Pokemon Violet. Many Pokemon gather around Garganacl, hoping to lick at its mineral-rich salt. Cloth. Pokemon Scarlet. Cloth hangs upside down from cliffs, waiting for prey, but Cloth can't remain in this position for long because its blood rushes to its head. Pokemon Violet. This Pokemon lives on sheer cliffs. It sidesteps opponents' attacks, then lunges for their weak spots with its claws. Ogerpon. Cornerstone Mask. Pokemon Scarlet. This form has excellent defenses, absorbing impacts solidly like the cornerstones that support houses. Pokemon Violet. In this form, it draws on the power of stone. Its body is rock solid, protecting it from all manner of attacks. Iron Boulder. Pokemon Scarlet. It resembles a Pokemon described in a dubious magazine as a Terrakion that had been modified by an evil organization. Pokemon Violet. It was named after a mysterious object recorded in an old book. Its body seems to be metallic. Ghastly. In Ultra Sun, it's said that gas emanating from a graveyard possessed by the grievances of the deceased, and thus became a Pokemon. In Ultra Moon, poisonous gas compromises 95% of its body. It's said that the remaining 5% is made up of the souls of those who died from the gas. Hunter, Hunter, Hunter. Its Pokemon entry in yellow is: by licking, it saps the victim's life. It causes shaking that won't stop until the victim's demise. Emerald. If a hunter beckons you while it is floating in darkness, don't approach it. This Pokemon will try to lick you with its tongue and steal your life away. And Pokemon X. If you get the feeling of being watched in darkness when nobody is around, Haunter is there. Pokemon Sun. It strikes at humans from total darkness. Those licked by its cold tongue grow weaker with each passing day until they die. Ultra Moon. It's dangerous to go outside alone on nights when you're feeling sad. Hunter will catch you, and you won't be able to go back home. Gengar. In Silver, they say to steal the life of its target, it slips into the prey's shadow and silently waits for an opportunity. Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald. Sometimes, on a dark night, your shadow, thrown by a street light, will suddenly and startlingly overtake you. It is actually a Gengar running past you, pretending to be your shadow. In Yellow, let's go Pikachu, and let's go Eevee. A Gengar is close by. If you feel a sudden chill, it may be trying to lay a curse on you. In Pokemon Sun, should you feel yourself attacked by a sudden chill, it is evidence of an approaching Gengar. There is no escaping it. Give up. Give up. In Pokemon Moon, it apparently wishes for a traveling companion. Since it was once human itself, it tries to create one by taking the lives of other humans. In Ultra Moon, even your home isn't safe. Gengar will lurk in whatever dark corner of a room it can find and wait for its chance to catch its prey. Mega Gengar. In Ultra Sun, it says it tries to take the lives of anyone and everyone. It will even try to curse the trainer who is its master. Alolan Marowak. In Pokemon Sun, it says the bones it possesses were once its mother's. Its mother's regrets have become like a vengeful spirit protecting this Pokemon. Let's go Pikachu, and let's go Eevee. It has transformed the spirit of its dear departed mother into flames, and tonight it will once again dance in mourning mischievous frightens people with a creepy, sobbing cry. It apparently uses its red spheres to absorb the fears of foes as its nutrition. Pokemon Moon. If you hear a sobbing sound emanating from a vacant room, it's undoubtedly a bit of mischief from mischievous. Shedinja, Shedinja, Shedinja. I didn't pick from any one Pokemon game because they were all very similar, so I just compiled them instead. And this is what the entries had to say about Shedinja. Shedinja is a peculiar Pokemon. It seems to appear unsought in a Pokeball after a Nincada evolves. This bizarre Pokemon is entirely immobile. It doesn't even breathe. The inside of its body is hollow and utterly dark. It is believed that this Pokemon will steal the spirit of anyone peering into its hollow body from its back. Sable Eye. In Pokemon Ruby and Moon, it is said that Sable Eye lead quiet lives deep inside caverns. They are feared, however, because these Pokemon are thought to steal the spirits of people when their eyes burn with a sinister glow in the darkness. In Ultra Sun, it digs through the ground with its hard claws and crunches down gems with its thick, pointy teeth. Carbink is its favorite food. I put in a couple of these where it hints or basically states Pokemon eating Pokemon, because that's kind of creepy. A Sable Eye eating a Carbink is an image I don't want to think about. But it is the dark and grim reality of Pokemon. And that's why I've decided to put them in Shop It. In Pokemon Ruby, Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black, White, and Omega Ruby, Shuppet is attracted by feelings of jealousy and vindictiveness. If someone develops strong feelings of vengeance, this Pokemon will appear in a swarm and line up beneath the eaves of that person's home. Ultra Moon. There's a proverb that says, shun the house where Shuppet gather in the growing dusk. Bayonet. In Emerald, an abandoned plush doll became this Pokemon. They are said to live in garbage dumps and wander about in search of the children that threw them away. In Ultra Sun, it's a stuffed toy that was thrown away and became possessed, ever searching for the one who threw it away so it can exact its revenge. In Ultra Moon, resentment at being cast off made it spring into being. Some say that treating it well will satisfy it, and it will once more become a stuffed toy. If it opens its mouth, its cursed energy escapes. Mega Bayonet. In Ultra Sun, cursing power to such an extent that it can't help but curse its own trainer. Duskull, Diamond, Pearl, and Pokemon X. It doggedly pursues its prey wherever it goes. However, the chase is abandoned at sunrise. Heart Gold, Soul Silver, and Pokemon Y. If it finds bad children who won't listen to their parents, it will spirit them away. Or so it said. Dusclops, Dusclops. In Ruby and Omega Ruby, Dusclops' body is completely hollow there. There is nothing at all inside. It is said that its body is like a black hole. This Pokemon will absorb anything into its body, but nothing will ever come back out. Platinum, Black and White, and Black and White 2. It seeks drifting will-o-wisps and sucks them into its empty body. What happens inside is a mystery. In Heart Gold, Soul Silver, and Pokemon X, anyone who dares peer into its body to see its spectral ball of fire will have their spirit stolen away. Drifloon, Drifloon, Drifloon. Drifloon has a lot, and I mean like a lot. Drifloon had a lot of good ones, like they were pretty good, and by pretty good I mean terrifying. In Diamond, Pokemon X, and Omega Ruby, it is said a Pokemon formed by the spirits of people and Pokemon. It loves damp and humid seasons. In Pearl, it tugs on the hands of children to steal them away. However, it gets pulled around instead. That's a humorous one. It's trying to take kids, but it's so light. The kids take it instead. Black and White 2, Pokemon Y, and Alpha Sapphire. These Pokemon are called the signpost for wandering spirits. Children holding them sometimes vanish. Pokemon Sun. Stories go that it grabs the hands of small children and drags them away to the afterlife. It dislikes heavy children. Pokemon Moon. If for some reason its body bursts, its soul spills out with a screaming sound. Ultra Sun. Its round body is stuffed with souls and expands each time it leads someone away. You better check that Pokedex entry whenever you catch a Drifloon, because if it's pretty heavy, it's a murderer. I mean, no laughing matter. It's not a laughing matter. Ultra Moon. Wandering souls gathered together to form this Pokemon when trying to make friends with children. There's a rumor that if you catch a drifblim floating on the wind at dusk, you'll be carried away to the afterlife. Ultra Moon. The raw material for the gas inside its body is souls. When its body starts to deflate, it's thought to carry away people and Pokemon. Miss Magius. Its cries sound like incantations. Those hearing it are tormented by headaches and hallucinations. Spiritomb. It was formed by uniting 108 spirits. 108. It has been bound to the odd keystone to keep it from doing any mischief. Dusk Nor. In Diamond, Pokemon Pearl, Pokemon Y, and Alpha Sapphire. The antenna on its head captures radio waves from the world of spirits that command it to take people there. Heart Gold and Soul Silver. This feared Pokemon is said to travel the worlds unknown. Some even believe that it takes lost spirits along with it. Frostlass, Heart Gold, Soul Silver, Pokemon Y, and Alpha Sapphire. Legends in snowy regions say that a woman who was lost on an icy mountain was reborn as Frostlass, Pokemon Sun. When it finds humans or Pokemon it likes, it freezes them and takes them to its chilly den, where they become decorations. Pokemon Moon. The soul of a woman lost on a snowy mountain possessed an icicle, becoming this Pokemon. The food it most relishes is the souls of men. Ultra Sun. It freezes hikers who have come to climb snowy mountains and carries them back to its home. It only goes after men it thinks are handsome. Ultra Moon. It's said that on nights of terrible blizzards, it comes down to human settlements. If you hear it knocking at your door, do not open it. Rotom. In Diamond, Pearl, Pokemon Y, and Alpha Sapphire. Its body is composed of plasma. It is known to infiltrate electronic devices and wreak havoc. Giratina, Diamond, and Pearl. A Pokemon that is said to live in a world on the reverse side of ours. It appears in an ancient cemetery. Pokemon X and Omega Ruby. This Pokemon is said to live in a world on the reverse side of ours, where common knowledge is distorted and strange. Yamask, Yamask. Pokemon Black, Pokemon Y, and Alpha Sapphire says each of them carries a mask that used to be its face when it was human. Sometimes they look at it and cry. And Pokemon White, Black and White too, Pokemon X, and Omega Ruby. These Pokemon arose from the spirits of people interred in graves. Each retains memories of its former life. swallow those who get too close and turn them into mummies. They like to eat gold nuggets. Black and White 2, Pokemon Y, and Alpha Sapphire. Grave robbers who mistake them for real coffins and get too close end up trapped inside their bodies. Frillish, 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 Pokemon Y, and Alpha Sapphire. If its veil-like arms stun and wrap a foe, that foe will be dragged miles below the surface, never to return. Ultra Moon, using the invisible poison spikes on its veil-like arms and legs, it paralyzes its enemies and causes them to drown. Jellicent, Pokemon Black, Pokemon Y, and Alpha Sapphire. The fate of the ships and crew that wander into Jellicent's habitat are all sunken, all lost, and all vanished. Pokemon White. They propel themselves by expelling absorbed seawater from their bodies. Their favorite food is life energy. Ultra Sun. Jellicent is always hanging around fancy cruise ships and tankers, hoping to drag away its prey. Ultra Moon. Fishermen are terrified of Jellicent. It's rumored to drag them into the sea and steal their lives away. Litwick, Pokemon Black, and Pokemon Y, and Alpha Sapphire says, Litwick shines a light that absorbs the life energy of people and Pokemon, which becomes the fuel that it burns. In Pokemon White, Pokemon X, and Omega Ruby, while shining a light and pretending to be a guide, it leeches off the life force of any who follow it. Lambent, Pokemon Black. This ominous Pokemon is feared. Through cities it wanders, searching for the spirits of the fallen. Pokemon White and Pokemon Y and Alpha Sapphire. It arrives near the moment of death and steals spirits from the body. Black and White 2, Pokemon X, and Omega Ruby. The spirits it absorbs fuel its baleful fire. It hangs around hospitals waiting for people to pass on. Andalure, Pokemon White, Pokemon X, and Omega Ruby. Being consumed in Chandelure's flame burns up the spirit, leaving the body behind. Black and White 2, Pokemon Y, and Alpha Sapphire. The spirits burned up in its ominous flame lose their way and wander this world forever. Colette, Pokemon White. These Pokemon are thought to have been created by the science of an ancient and mysterious civilization. Ultra since ancient times, so its power may soon run out. I liked the first one from Pokemon White because it kind of sounds like Frankenstein. It was a monster created by man. And then the second one is like ominous and sad and grim, since it's created by man and not a natural life source. Golett could one day die when it runs out of power. Golurk, Pokemon White, Pokemon X, and Omega Ruby. It is said that Golurk were ordered to protect people and Pokemon by the ancient people who made them. Again, it's like Frankenstein, monster made by man. Honedge, Pokemon X and Omega Ruby. Apparently, this Pokemon is born when a departed spirit inhabits a sword. It attaches itself to people and drinks their life force. Pokemon Y and Alpha Sapphire. If anyone dares to grab its hilt, it wraps a blue cloth around that person's arm and drains that person's life energy completely. Doublade, Pokemon X and Omega Ruby. When Honedge evolves, it divides into two swords, which cooperate via telepathy to coordinate attacks and slash their enemies to ribbons. Pokemon Y and Alpha Sapphire. The complex attack patterns of its two swords are unstoppable, even for an opponent greatly accomplished at sword play. Achy Slash, Pokemon X and Omega Ruby. Generations of kings were attended by these Pokemon, which use their spectral power to manipulate and control people and Pokemon. Pokemon Y and Alpha Sapphire. Apparently, it can detect the innate qualities of leadership. Whoever it recognizes is destined to become king. Phantom, Pokemon Sun. These Pokemon are stumps possessed by the spirits of children who died in the forest. Their cries sound like eerie screams. Pokemon Moon. According to legend, medicine to cure any illness can be made by plucking the green leaves on its head, brewing them, and boiling down the liquid. Ultra Sun. By imitating the voice of a child, it causes people to get hopelessly lost deep in the forest. It's trying to make friends with them. Ultra Moon. An unknown spirit came to lodge in a As a ghost of the forest, lumberjacks bring along fire types which Trevenant hates when they enter the forest. Pumpkaboo, Pokemon X and Omega Ruby. The pumpkin body is inhabited by a spirit trapped in this world. As the sun sets, it becomes restless and active. Pokemon Y and Alpha Sapphire. It is said to carry wandering spirits to the place where they belong, so they can move on. Gorgeist, Pokemon X and Omega Ruby. Singing in eerie voices, they wander down streets on the night of the new moon. Anyone who hears their song is cursed. Pokemon Y and Alpha Sapphire. It enwraps its prey in its hair-like arms. It sings joyfully as it observes the suffering of its prey. Hoopa, Hoopa, Pokemon X. This troublemaker sends anything and everything to faraway places using its loop, which can warp space. Omega Ruby. In its true form, it possesses a huge amount of power. Legends of its avarice tell how it once carried off an entire castle to gain the treasure hidden within. Decidueye, Ultra Sun. It knocks its arrow quills and shoots them at opponents. When it simply can't afford to miss, it tugs the vine on its head to improve its focus. Ultra Moon. Decidueye can knock and fire an arrow at an enemy in a tenth of a second, so its battles are decided in the blink of an eye. Oricorio, Sensu Style, Pokemon Sun. This Oricorio has sipped purple nectar. Its elegant, attractive dance will send the minds and hearts of its enemies to another world. Pokemon Moon. It summons the dead with its dreamy dancing. From their malice, it draws power with which to curse its enemies. Ultra Sun. It charms its opponents with its refined dancing. When they let their guard down, it places a curse on them that will bring on their demise. Sandygast, Pokemon Sun. Born from a sand mound playfully built by a child, this Pokemon embodies the grudges of the departed. Pokemon Moon. It takes control of anyone who puts a hand in its mouth, and so it adds to the accumulation of its sand mound body. That's so weird. Why would anyone think of putting their hand in a wild Pokemon's mouth? That's like putting your hand in a wild raccoon's mouth. They also suck the life out of your body. So raccoons are ghost Pokemon, confirmed. Ultra Sun. crazy lady making sand mounds and then summoning ghosts to get them possessed to turn into sandy guest. Then we'd have Pokemon. Palo Sand, Pokemon Sun. Possessed people, controlled by this Pokemon, transformed its sand mound into a castle. As it evolved, its power to curse grew even stronger. Pokemon Moon. Buried beneath the castle are masses of dried up bones from those whose vitality it has drained. Ultra Sun. Each of its grain of sand has its own will. Palo Sand eats small Pokemon and siphons away their vital essence while they're still alive. Brutal. Ultra Moon. Once it has whipped up a sandstorm to halt its opponents in their tracks, this terrifying Pokemon snatches away their vitality. Mimikyu. Busted form. Pokemon Sun. After going to all the effort of disguising itself, its neck was broken. Whatever is inside is probably unharmed, but it's still feeling sad. Pokemon Moon. If its neck is broken or its rag torn during an attack, it works through the night to patch it. Ultra Sun. It stands in front of a mirror, trying to fix its broken neck, as if its life depended on it. It has a hard time getting it right, so it's crying inside. That just hurts, man. Ultra Moon. Sad that its true identity may be exposed. Mimikyu will mercilessly seek revenge on any opponent that breaks its neck. Mimikyu. Disguised form. Pokemon Sun. Its actual appearance is unknown. A scholar who saw what was under its rag was overwhelmed by terror and died from shock. Pokemon Moon. A lonely Pokemon. It conceals its terrifying appearance beneath an old rag so it can get closer to people and other Pokemon. Ultra Sun. Although it's a quiet, lonely Pokemon, if you try to look what's under its rag, it will become agitated and resist violently. Ultra Moon. A gust of wind revealed what hides under this Pokemon's rag to a passing trainer who went home and died painfully that very night. Delmise. Pokemon Sun. Swinging its massive anchor, it can KO Wailord in a single blow. What appears to be green seaweed is actually its body. Pokemon Moon. The soul of seaweed adrift in the waves
Pokedex Necrozma. Ultra Moon. This is its form while it's devouring the light of Lunala. It grasps foes in its giant claws and rips them apart with brute force. Marshadow. Pokemon Sun. Able to conceal itself in shadows, it never appears before humans. So, its very existence was the stuff of myth. Ultra Moon. It sinks into the shadows of people and Pokemon, where it can understand their feelings and copy their capabilities. Last but not least, Blacephalon. Ultra Sun. It slithers toward people, then without warning, it triggers the explosion of its own head. It's apparently one kind of Ultra Beast. Ultra Moon. A UB. Ultra Beast that appeared from an Ultra wormhole. It causes explosions, then takes advantage of opponents' surprise to rob them of their vitality.
Dratini, Pokemon Red, Blue, and Pokemon Leaf Green. Long considered a mythical Pokemon until recently, when a small colony was found living underwater. Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Pokemon Alpha Sapphire. Dratini continually molts and sloughs off its old skin. It does so because the life energy within its body steadily builds to reach uncontrollable levels. Pokemon Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black and White 2, Pokemon X, Brilliant Diamond, and Pokemon Shining Pearl. It is called the Mirage Pokemon because so few have seen it. Its shed skin has been found. Pokemon Moon. After a 10-hour struggle, a fisherman was able to pull one up and confirm its existence. Dragonair. Pokemon Yellow. Let's go Pikachu and let's go Eevee. According to a witness, its body was surrounded by a strange aura that gave it a mystical look. Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Pokemon Alpha Sapphire. Dragonair stores an enormous amount of energy inside its body. It is said to alter weather conditions in its vicinity by discharging energy from the crystals on its neck and tail. Pokemon Fire Red. It is said to live in seas and lakes. Even though it has no wings, it has been seen flying occasionally. Pokemon Ultra Sun. Lakes where Dragonair live are filled with offerings from people because they believe this Pokemon is able to control the weather. Pokemon Ultra Moon. Some say that if you see it at the start of the year, flying through the sky and twisting its body, you'll be healthy all year long. Dragonite, 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 Dragonite. Pokemon Red, Blue, and Pokemon Leaf Green. An extremely rarely seen marine Pokemon. Its intelligence is said to match that of humans. Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Pokemon Alpha Sapphire. Dragonite is capable of circling the globe in just 16 hours. It is a kind-hearted Pokemon that leads lost and foundering ships in a storm to the safety of land. Pokemon Sun. sea incarnate. Figureheads that resemble dragonite decorate the bows of many ships. Mega Ampharos, Pokemon Ultra Moon. Massive amounts of energy intensely stimulated Ampharos' cells, apparently awakening its long, sleeping dragon's blood. Altaria, Pokemon Ruby and Omega Ruby. Altaria dances and wheels through the sky among billowing cotton-like clouds by singing melodies in its crystal clear voice. This Pokemon makes its listeners experience dreamy wonderment. Pokemon Sapphire and Pokemon Alpha Sapphire. Altaria sings in a gorgeous soprano. Its wings are like cotton clouds. This Pokemon catches updrafts with its buoyant wings and soars way up into the wild blue yonder. Pokemon Shield. This Pokemon has a kind disposition, but if it's provoked, it will threaten opponents with shrill cries before attacking them without mercy. Bagon. Pokemon Ruby and Pokemon Omega Ruby. Bagon has a dream of one day soaring in the sky. In doomed efforts to fly, this Pokemon hurls itself off cliffs. As a result of its dives, its head has grown tough and as hard as tempered steel. Pokemon Emerald. Although it is small, this Pokemon is very powerful because its body is a bundle of muscles. It launches headbutts with its iron-like skull. Pokemon Sun and Pokemon Violet. Its belief that it will be able to fly one day is apparently the influence of information carried in its genes. Pokemon Ultra Sun. Whenever it sees a bird Pokemon flying through the sky, it becomes envious and smashes its surroundings to bits with headbutts. Pokemon Ultra Moon. Some theories suggest that its behavior of forcefully bashing its head into things stimulates cells that affect its evolution. Shelgon. Pokemon Sapphire and Alpha Sapphire. Covering Shelgon's body are outgrowths much like bones. The shell is very hard and bounces off enemy attacks. When awaiting evolution, this Pokemon hides away in a cavern. Pokemon Emerald. It hardly eats while it waits evolution. It becomes hardier by enduring hunger. Its shell peels off the instant it begins to evolve. Pokemon Moon. They lurk deep within caves, motionless, neither eating nor drinking. Why they don't die is not known. Pokemon Ultra Moon. Shelgon lives deep within caves. It stays shut up in its hard shell, dreaming of the day it will be able to fly. Salamence. Pokemon Ruby and Omega Ruby. Salamence came about as a result of a strong, long-held dream of growing wings. It is said that this powerful desire triggered a sudden mutation in this Pokemon's cells, causing it to sprout its magnificent wings. Pokemon Sun. When angered, it loses all sense of itself and destroys everything around it. The destruction will continue until Salamence has tired itself out. Pokemon Moon and Pokemon Scarlet. It flies around on its wings, which have grown in at last. In its happiness, it gushes hot flames burning up the fields it passes over. Pokemon Ultra Sun. Overjoyed at finally being able to fly, it flies all over the place and usually doesn't land until it's completely exhausted and needs to sleep. Pokemon Ultra Moon. Thanks to its fervent wishes, the cells in its body finally mutated, and at last it has its heart's desire, wings. Mega Salamence. Pokemon Moon. Mega evolution fuels its brutality, and it may even turn on the trainer who raised it. It's been dubbed the Blood-Soaked Crescent. Pokemon Ultra Sun. The stress of its two proud wings becoming misshapen and stuck together because of strong energy makes it go on a rampage. Rayquaza. And Mega Rayquaza. Pokemon Ruby. Rayquaza lived for hundreds of millions of years in the Earth's ozone layer, never descending to the ground. This Pokemon appears to feed on water and particles in the atmosphere. Pokemon Emerald. A Pokemon that flies endlessly in the ozone layer. It is said it would descend to the ground if Kyogre and Groudon were to fight. Pokemon Heart Gold, Soul Silver, and Pokemon Y. It flies in the ozone layer, way up high in the sky. Until recently, no one had ever seen it. Pokemon Alpha Sapphire. It flies forever through the ozone layer, consuming meteoroids for sustenance. The many meteoroids in its body provide the energy it needs to Mega Evolve. Axew. Pokemon Black, Pokemon X, and Pokemon Omega Ruby. They use their tusks to crush the berries they eat. Repeated regrowth makes their tusks strong and sharp. Pokemon White, Pokemon Y, and Pokemon Alpha Sapphire. They mark their territory by leaving gashes in trees with their tusks. If a tusk breaks, a new one grows in quickly. Pokemon Sword. These Pokemon nest in the ground and use their tusks to crush hard berries. Crushing berries is also how they test each other's strength. Pokemon Scarlet. This Pokemon lives in nests that are made in the ground. People in ancient times used its tusks as cooking knives. Pokemon Violet. If you see peculiar teeth marks on boulders or trees, it means an Axew is likely living nearby. Fracture. Pokemon White, Pokemon X, and Pokemon Omega Ruby. Their tusks can shatter rocks. Territory battles between Fracture can be intensely violent. Pokemon Sword. After battle, this Pokemon carefully sharpens its tusks on river rocks. It needs to take care of its tusks. If one breaks, it will never grow back. Pokemon Shield. Its skin is as hard as a suit of armor. Fracture's favorite strategy is to tackle its opponents, stabbing them with its tusks at the same time. Pokemon Violet. Fracture uses its thick tusks to neatly cut prey into two portions, one to eat now and one to save for later. Haxorus. Pokemon Black, Pokemon X, and Pokemon Omega Ruby. They are kind but can be relentless regardless when defending territory. They challenge foes with tusks that can cut steel. Pokemon Black and White 2. Its tusks are incredibly destructive. They can easily slice through a thick, sturdy steel column every time. Pokemon Sword. Its resilient tusks are its pride and joy. It licks up dirt to take in the minerals it needs to keep its tusks in top condition. Pokemon Scarlet. This Pokemon nests in caves and abandoned mines. It is docile, but it will become incredibly angry if its tusks are touched. So beware. Dratigon. Pokemon Black, Pokemon White, and Pokemon Sapphire. It warms its body by absorbing sunlight with its wings. When its body temperature falls, it can no longer move. Pokemon Ultra Sun. The red skin on its face is harder than rock. In narrow caves, it squares off against its enemies and charges face first right into them. Pokemon Ultra Moon. It infiltrates tunnels that Pokemon like Diglett and Dugtrio have dug and quietly waits for prey to pass through. Pokemon Shield. Dratigon are vicious and cunning. They take up residence in nests dug out by other Pokemon, treating the stolen nests as their own lairs. Zekrom. Pokemon White. This Pokemon appears in legends. In its tail, it has a giant generator that creates electricity. Pokemon Black and White 2, Pokemon X, and Pokemon Omega Ruby. This legendary Pokemon can scorch the world with lightning. It assists those who want to build an ideal world. Pokemon Shield. Mythology tells us that if people lose the righteousness in their hearts, their kingdoms will be razed by Zekrom's lightning. Dragalge. Pokemon Y and Pokemon Alpha Sapphire. Tales are told of ships that wander into seas where Dragalge live, never to return. Pokemon Ultra Sun. This vicious Pokemon sprays a poisonous liquid on opponents that come near. For whatever reason, it gets along really well with Delmise. Pokemon Shield. Dragalge generates dragon energy by sticking the plume on its head out above the ocean's surface and bathing it in sunlight. Pokemon Violet. Since Venison is the better swimmer, Dragalge will approach it under the cover of seaweed, then immobilize it with a poisonous attack. Tyrant. Pokemon X and Pokemon Omega Ruby. This Pokemon was restored from a fossil. If something happens that it doesn't like, it throws a tantrum and runs wild. Pokemon Ultra Sun. Its large jaw has incredible destructive power. Some theories suggest that its restored form is different from its form of long ago. Pokemon Ultra Moon. Tyrant is spoiled and selfish. It may just be trying to frolic, but sometimes the ones it's trying to frolic with are gravely injured. Pokemon Shield. This Pokemon is selfish and likes to be pampered. It can also inflict grievous wounds on its trainer just by playing around. Tyrantrum. Pokemon X and Pokemon Omega Ruby. jaws, which could shred thick metal plates as if they were paper. It was invincible in the ancient world it once inhabited. Pokemon Y and Pokemon Alpha Sapphire. Nothing could stop this Pokemon 100 million years ago, so it behaved like a king. Pokemon Ultra Sun. Complete restoration is impossible, allowing room for theories that its entire body was once covered in a feather-like coat. Goomy. Goomy. Goomy, 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 goomy. Pokemon Y and Pokemon Alpha Sapphire. It's covered in a slimy membrane that makes any punches or kicks slide off it harmlessly. Pokemon Sun. The weakest of all Dragon-type Pokemon, it's unable to breathe if its skin dries out, so it sticks to shady places. Pokemon Moon. Its source of protection is its slimy, germ-laden mucus membrane. Anyone who touches it needs some thorough hand washing. Pokemon Shield. Their horns are powerful sensors. As soon as Goomy pick up any signs of enemies, they go into hiding. This is how they've survived. Pokemon Legends Arceus. Goomy hides away in the shade of trees where it's nice and humid. If the slime coating its body dries out, the Pokemon instantly becomes lethargic. Pokemon Violet. Goomy's horns are excellent sensory organs that cover all 5 of Goomy's senses. Goomy picks up on danger from the movement of the air. Sliggoo. Sliggoo. Pokemon X and Omega Ruby. It drives away opponents by excreting a sticky liquid that can dissolve anything. Its eyes devolved, so it can't see anything. Pokemon Sun. It has trouble drawing a line between friends and food. It will calmly try to melt and eat, even those it gets along well with. Pokemon Ultra Sun. It crawls along sluggishly. The swirly protrusion on its back is filled with its brain and other organs. Pokemon Ultra Moon. Its entire body is covered with gooey mucus that can dissolve anything. Be sure to put gloves on if you're going to touch it. Pokemon Shield. The lump on its back contains its tiny brain. It thinks only of food and escaping its enemies. Goodra, 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 Goodra. Pokemon Sun. An amazingly friendly Pokemon, but if left to itself, loneliness overcomes it, and it oozes gooey tears. Pokemon Moon. It gets picked on because it's meek, but then whoever teased it gets to feel the full force of its horns and a good swatting from its thick tail. Pokemon Ultra Sun. It's very friendly toward people. If you grow close to it, Goodra will hug you with its sticky, slime-covered body. Don't get mad. Pokemon Ultra Moon. Underneath its slimy skin is a thick layer of fat, and the combination of the two makes enemies' attacks slide right off. Pokemon Shield. Its form of offense forcefully stretching out its horns. The strikes land 100 times harder than any blow from a heavyweight boxer. Pokemon Scarlet. It loves the rain. This mellow Pokemon can be seen walking around on the plains and in the mountains on rainy days. Noibat, Pokemon Y and Pokemon Alpha Sapphire. Even a robust wrestler will become dizzy and unable to stand when exposed to its 200,000 Hz ultrasonic waves. Pokemon Ultra Sun. Fruits are its favorite foods. This gourmet carefully picks out just the ripe ones using its sonar. Pokemon Shield. No wavelength of sound is beyond Noibat's ability to produce. The ultrasonic waves it generates can overcome much larger Pokemon. Pokemon Scarlet. This Pokemon emits ultrasonic waves from its large ears to search for fruit to eat. It mistakes Applin for its food. Noivern. Pokemon X and Pokemon Omega Ruby. They fly around on moonless nights and attack careless prey. Nothing can beat them in a battle in the dark. Pokemon Ultra Sun. Although it has a violent disposition, if you give it a nice ripe fruit that it loves, Noivern will suddenly become tame. Pokemon Sword. Aggressive and cruel. This Pokemon will ruthlessly torment enemies that are helpless in the dark. Pokemon Violet. In the dark, even Hydreigon are terrified of this Pokemon. But in the light, Noivern is the one that avoids battle. Drampa. Pokemon Moon. This Pokemon is friendly to people and loves children most of all. It comes from deep in the mountains to play with children it likes in town. Pokemon Ultra Sun. If a child it has made friends with is bullied, Drampa will find the bully's house and burn it to the ground. Pokemon Ultra Moon. It appears in town and plays with children. Drampa will protect kids when they're in danger, so their moms don't have to worry. Jangmo-o. Pokemon Sun. It expresses its feelings by smacking its scales. Metallic sounds echo through the tall mountains where Jangmo-o lives. Pokemon Moon. They live in mountains where no trace of humans can be detected. Jangmo-o grow little by little as they battle one another. Pokemon Ultra Moon. It will never show an enemy its back in battle. Ancient warriors liked Jangmo-o for its valiant disposition and made it one of their own. Pokemon Shield. Jangmo-o strikes its scales to communicate with others of its kind. Its scales are actually fur that becomes as hard as metal. Hakamo-o. Pokemon Moon. It sheds and regrows its scales on a continuous basis. The scales become harder and sharper each time they're regrown. Pokemon Ultra Sun. It makes noise by clanging its scales together. When the rhythm has reached its peak, Hakamo-o attacks. Pokemon Ultra Moon. The scales it sheds can be molded and processed to make pots and pans. They conduct heat well so they're a popular item. Pokemon Sword. The scaleless, scarred parts of its body are signs of its strength. It shows them off to defeated opponents. Come on. Pokemon Sun. When it spots enemies, it threatens them by jingling the scales on its tail. Weak opponents will crack and flee in panic. Pokemon Ultra Moon. It battles valiantly with its fists, which are armored in steel scales. Kommo-o specializes in uppercuts. Pokemon Sword. It clatters its tail scales to unnerve opponents. This Pokemon will battle only those who stand steadfast in the face of this display. Pokemon Shield. Certain ruins have paintings of ancient warriors wearing armor made of Kommo-o scales. Nagana down. Pokemon Ultra Moon. One kind of Ultra Beast. It fires a glowing, venomous liquid from its needles. This liquid is also immensely adhesive. Dracosalt, 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 Dracosalt. Dracosalt. Pokemon Sword. In ancient times, it was unbeatable thanks to its powerful lower body. But it went extinct anyway after it depleted all its plant-based food sources. Dreepy. Pokemon Sword. After being reborn as a ghost Pokemon, Dreepy wanders the areas it used to inhabit back when it was alive in prehistoric seas. Pokemon Scarlet. In the evening, groups of Dreepy will fly at high speeds over the ocean and poke at Pokemon in the water for fun. Pokemon Violet. It has a habit of biting at Clauncher, even though it doesn't feed on them. This is said to be vestigial behavior from when Dreepy was alive. Dracloak, 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 Dracloak. Pokemon Sword. It's capable of flying faster than 120 miles per hour. It battles alongside Dreepy and dotes on them until they successfully evolve. Pokemon Shield. Without a Dreepy to place on its head and care for, it gets so uneasy it'll try to substitute any Pokemon it finds for the missing Dreepy. Pokemon Scarlet. This Pokemon flies around at over 120 miles per hour. If a Dracloak is defeated in battle, its Dreepy will wander off without a second thought. Dragapult. Pokemon Shield. Apparently the Dreepy inside Dragapult's horns eagerly look forward to being launched out at Mach speeds. Pokemon Scarlet. Dragapult can make its whole body transparent by clearing its mind and focusing. Even the Dreepy in Dragapult's horns becomes invisible. Eternatus. Pokemon Shield. It was inside a meteorite that fell 20,000 years ago. There seems to be a connection between this Pokemon and the Dynamax phenomenon. Eternamax. Pokemon Sword. As a result of Rose's meddling, Eternus absorbed all the energy in the Galar region. It's now in a state of power overload. Regidrago. Pokemon Sword. An academic theory proposes that Regidrago's arms were once the head of an ancient dragon Pokemon. The theory remains unproven. Pokemon Shield. Its body is composed of crystallized dragon energy. Regidrago is said to have the powers of every dragon Pokemon. Cyclizar, Cyclizar, Cyclizar. Cyclizar. Pokemon Violet. It can sprint at over 70 miles per hour while carrying a human. The rider's body heat warms Cyclizar's back and lifts the Pokemon's spirit. Regibax. Pokemon Scarlet. Regibax absorbs heat through its dorsal fin and converts the heat into ice energy. The higher the temperature, the more energy Regibax stores. Pokemon Violet. This Pokemon lives in forests and craggy areas. Using the power of its dorsal fin, it cools the inside of its nest like a refrigerator. Arctibax. Pokemon Scarlet. Arctibax freezes the air around it, protecting its face with an ice mask and turning its dorsal fin into a blade of ice. Pokemon Violet. It attacks with a blade of its frozen dorsal fin by doing a front flip in the air. Arctibax's strong back and legs allow it to pull off this technique. Excalibur. Pokemon Scarlet. This Pokemon blasts cryogenic air out from its mouth. This air can instantly freeze even liquid hot lava. Pokemon Violet. It launches itself into battle by flipping upside down and spewing frigid air from its mouth. It finishes opponents off with its dorsal blade. Roaring Moon. Roaring Moon. Pokemon Violet. According to an article in a dubious magazine, this Pokemon has some connection to a phenomenon that occurs in a certain region. Coridon. Pokemon Scarlet. This seems to be the Winged King, mentioned in an old expedition journal. It was said to have split the land with its bare fists. Coridon. Limited build. Pokemon Scarlet. The ecology and other data about this Pokemon are unknown. It was named Coridon by the professor who discovered it. Miraidon. Pokemon Violet. This seems to be the Iron Serpent, mentioned in an old book. The Iron Serpent is said to have turned the land to ash with its lightning. Miraidon. Low power mode. Pokemon Violet. It was given the name Miraidon by the professor who discovered it. Its ecology and other details are unknown. Walking Wake, 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 Wake. Walking Wake. Pokemon Violet. It resembles an illustration published in a paranormal magazine said to be a depiction of a super ancient Suicune. Diplin, 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 Diplin. Pokemon Violet. The head sticking out belongs to the foreworm, while the tail belongs to the coreworm. The two share one apple and help each other out. Archaludon. Pokemon Scarlet. It gathers static electricity from its surroundings. The beams it launches when down on all forms are tremendously powerful. Hydreigon. center is the commander, Pokemon Violet. These capricious serpents have banded together on the rare occasion that their moods align. Their true power is unleashed. Gouging Fire. Gouging Fire. Pokemon Violet. It resembles an eerie Pokemon once shown in a paranormal magazine. That Pokemon was said to be an Entei, regenerated from a fossil. Raging Bolt. Raging Bolt. Pokemon Violet. It bears a resemblance to a Pokemon that became a hot topic for a short while after a paranormal magazine touted it as a Raiku's ancestor. Alolan Ratata. 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 Pokemon Sun. With its incisors, it gnaws through doors and infiltrates people's homes. Then, with a twitch of its whiskers, it steals whatever food it finds. Pokemon Moon. When the sun goes down, it becomes active. It runs around town on a chase for good food for the boss of its nest, Raticate. Pokemon Ultra Sun. It shows no interest in anything that isn't fresh. If you take it shopping with you, it will help you pick out ingredients. Alolan Raticate. Pokemon Sun. It forms a group of Rattata, which it assumes command of. Each group has its own territory, and disputes over food happen often. Pokemon Moon. This gourmet Pokemon is particular about the taste and freshness of its food. Restaurants where Raticate live have a good reputation. Pokemon Ultra Sun. It has an incredibly greedy personality. Its nest is filled with so much food gathered by Rattata at its direction, it can't possibly eat it all. Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee. It makes its Rattata underlings gather food for it, dining solely on the most nutritious and delicious fare. Alolan Meowth. Pokemon Sun. This Pokemon was not originally found in Alola. Human actions caused a surge in their numbers, and they went feral. They're prideful and crafty. Pokemon Moon. When its delicate pride is wounded, or when the gold coin on its forehead is dirtied, it flies into a hysterical rage. Pokemon Ultra Moon. A royal house that flourished in the distant past brought it here from another region. Meowth is both selfish and prideful. Alolan Persian. Pokemon Sun. Its round face and smooth coat glossiest coat. The rippling of its fur in the heat of battle has a beauty all its own. Pokemon Shield. This Pokemon is one tough opponent. Not only does it have formidable physical abilities, but it's also not above fighting dirty. Alolan Grimer. Pokemon Sun. A Grimer which had been brought in to solve a problem with garbage developed over time into this form. Pokemon Moon. The crystals on Grimer's body are lumps of toxins. If one falls off, lethal poisons leak out. Pokemon Ultra Sun. There are 100 or so of them living in Alola's waste disposal site. They're all hard workers who eat a lot of trash. Alolan Muck. 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 Alolan Muck. Pokemon Sun. The garbage it eats causes continuous chemical changes in its body, which produce its exceedingly vivid coloration. Pokemon Ultra Sun. There are over 100 kinds of poison inside its body. Chemical reactions between different poisons are the source of its vitality. Pokemon Ultra Moon. What looks like fangs and claws are actually crystallized poison that will afflict you at a mere touch. So don't get too close. Mega Gyarados. Pokemon Sun. Mega Evolution also affects its brain, leaving no other function except its destructive instinct to burn everything to cinders. Pokemon Ultra Sun. Mega Evolution places a burden on its body. The stress causes it to become all the more ferocious. Pokemon Ultra Moon. It zooms out of the water at Mach speeds. Even large ships caught in its path are split cleanly in two. Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee. Although it obeys its instinctive drive to destroy everything within its reach, it will respond to orders from a trainer it truly trusts. Umbreon. Pokemon Gold, Leaf Green, and Hard Gold. When agitated, this Pokemon protects itself by spraying poisonous sweat from its pores. Pokemon Silver, Fire Red, and Soul Silver. When darkness falls, the rings on the body begin to glow, striking fear in the hearts of anyone nearby. Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire. Umbreon evolved as a result of exposure to the moon's wave. It hides silently in darkness and waits for its foes to make a move. a symbol of bad luck. It's generally disliked, yet it gives presents, objects that sparkle or shine, to trainers it's close to. Houndour. Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire. Houndour hunt as a coordinated pack. They communicate with each other using a variety of cries to corner their prey. This Pokemon's remarkable teamwork is unparalleled. Pokemon Ultra Sun. It cooperates with others skillfully. When it becomes your partner, it's very loyal to you as its trainer and will obey your orders. Houndoom. Houndoom. Pokemon Silver, Fire Red, and Soul Silver. Upon hearing its eerie howls, other Pokemon get the shivers and head straight back to their nests. Pokemon Diamond, Pearl, and Pokemon X. Long ago, people imagined its eerie howls to be the call of the Grim Reaper. Pokemon Platinum, Black and White 2, and Pokemon Y. The flames it breathes when angry contain toxins. If they cause a burn, it will hurt forever. Pokemon Ultra Sun. They spew flames mixed with poison to finish off their opponents. They divvy up their prey evenly among the members of their pack. Mega Houndoom. Pokemon Ultra Sun. Its red claws and the tip of its tail are melting from high internal temperatures that are painful to Houndoom itself. Tyranitar. Pokemon Silver and Soul Silver. Extremely strong. It can change the landscape. It has an insolent nature that makes it not care about others. Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire. Tyranitar is so overwhelmingly powerful. It can bring down a whole mountain to make its nest. This Pokemon wanders about in mountains, seeking new opponents to fight. Pokemon Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black and White, and Pokemon Y. If it rampages, it knocks down mountains and buries rivers. Maps must be redrawn afterward. Pokemon Ultra Sun. It wanders through the mountains seeking opponents to fight. If it finds an opponent that's not worthy, Tyranitar ignores it and wanders on. Mega Tyranitar. Pokemon Ultra Sun. Due to the colossal power poured into it, this Pokemon's back split right open. Its destructive instincts are the only thing keeping it moving. Pokemon Ultra Moon. The effects of Mega Evolution make it more ferocious Michiana is an omnivore. It will eat anything. A distinguishing feature is how large its fangs are compared to its body. This Pokemon tries to intimidate its foes by making the hair on its tail bristle out. Pokemon Heart Gold and Soul Silver. It chases its prey until the victim becomes exhausted. However, it turns tail if the prey strikes back. Mightyena. Pokemon Ruby and Omega Ruby. Mightyena gives obvious signals when it is preparing to attack. It starts to growl deeply and then flattens its body. This Pokemon will bite savagely with its sharply pointed fangs. Pokemon Fire Red, Leaf Green, and Pokemon X. It will always obey the commands of a skilled trainer. Its behavior arises from its living in packs in ancient times. Galarian Zigzagoon. Pokemon Sword. Its restlessness has it constantly running around. If it sees another Pokemon, it will purposely run into them in order to start a fight. Pokemon Shield. Thought to be the oldest form of Zigzagoon. It moves in zigzags and wreaks havoc upon its surroundings. Galarian Linoon. Pokemon Sword. It uses its long tongue to taunt opponents. Once the opposition is enraged, this Pokemon hurls itself at the opponent, tackling them forcefully. Carvana. Pokemon Ruby and Omega Ruby. Carvana's strongly developed jaws and its sharply pointed fangs pack the destructive power to rip out boat hulls. Many boats have been attacked and sunk by this Pokemon. Pokemon Moon. If they scent the faintest trace of blood, they rush to attack en masse. When alone, they're rather cowardly. Pokemon Ultra Sun. They're such cowards that they won't hunt alone. When 5 or so of them get together, they suddenly turn ferocious. Sharpedo. Pokemon Ruby and Omega Ruby. Nicknamed the Bully of the Sea, Sharpedo is widely feared. Its cruel fangs grow back immediately if they snap off. Just one of these Pokemon can thoroughly tear apart a Super Dinker. Pokemon Moon. It has a sad history. In the past, its dorsal fin was a treasured foodstuff, so this Pokemon became a victim of overfishing. Pokemon Ultra Moon. It drinks in seawater and jets it from its rear to propel itself. It's very sensitive to the scent of blood. Mega Sharpedo. Pokemon Ultra Sun. The yellow patterns it bears are old scars. The energy from Mega Evolution runs through them, causing it sharp pain and suffering. head, leaving its opponent with deep wounds. Groudon, Pokemon Sapphire and Alpha Sapphire. Groudon molts or sheds its shell regularly. Immediately after molting, its shell is soft and tender until the shell hardens. This Pokemon hides in its stream bed burrow to avoid attack from its foes. Pokemon Emerald, a brutish Pokemon that loves to battle, a veteran Groudon that has prevailed in hundreds of battles, has giant pincers marked with countless scars. Pokemon Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black and White, and Pokemon X. It is a ruffian that uses its pincers to pick up and toss out other Pokemon from its pond. Pokemon Ultra Moon. Its pincers often fall off. Unlike with Crabrawler or Clauncher, the meat in its claws is utterly nasty and stinking. Absol, Pokemon Fire Red, Leaf Green, and Pokemon Y. It appears when it senses an impending natural disaster. As a result, it was mistaken as a doom bringer. Pokemon Sapphire and Alpha Sapphire. Absol has the ability to foretell the coming of natural disasters. It lives in a harsh, rugged, mountain environment. This Pokemon very rarely ventures down from the mountains. Pokemon Emerald. It sharply senses even subtle changes in the sky and the land to predict natural disasters. It is a long-lived Pokemon that has a lifespan of 100 years. Pokemon Platinum and Pokemon Black and White. Rumored to sense disasters with its horn, it became a target. It fled deep into the mountains. Pokemon Ultra Sun. The only thing unlucky about Absol is its appearance. It protects fields and warns people of disaster, so one ought to be grateful for it. Mega Absol. Pokemon Sun. When this Pokemon whips the wing-like fur on its back as though beating its wings, it sends an intimidating aura flying at its opponents. Pokemon Moon. As the energy of the Mega Evolution fills it, its fur bristles. What you see on its back are not true wings, and this Pokemon isn't able to fly. Pokemon Ultra Sun. Normally, it dislikes fighting, so it really hates changing to this form for battles. Hunch, grow, hunch, grow, hunch, grow. Pokemon Platinum, Black and White Scarecrow cronies fail to catch food for it, or if it feels they have betrayed it, it will hunt them down wherever they are and punish them. Stunky, 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 stunky. Pokemon Diamond, Pokemon Y, and Alpha Sapphire. It protects itself by spraying a noxious fluid from its rear. The stench lingers for 24 hours. Pokemon Heart Gold and Soul Silver. The foul fluid from its rear is so revolting that it can make people feel queasy up to a mile and a quarter away. Skuntank, Pokemon Pearl, Pokemon Y, and Alpha Sapphire. It sprays a stinky fluid from its tail. The fluid smells worse the longer it is allowed to fester. Pokemon Sword. In its belly, it reserves stinky fluid that it shoots from its tail during battle. As this Pokemon's diet varies, so does the stench of its fluid. Drapion, Pokemon Pearl. Its body is encased in a sturdy shell. Its head rotates 180 degrees, eliminating blind spots. Pokemon Platinum and Pokemon Black and White. Possessing a sturdy build, it takes pride in its strength, taking down foes without using toxins. Pokemon Shield. It's so vicious that it's called the Sand Demon. Yet, when confronted by Hippodown, Drapion keeps a low profile and will never pick a fight. Darkrai, Pokemon Diamond, Pokemon Y, and Alpha Sapphire. It can lull people to sleep and make them dream. It is active during nights of the new moon. Pokemon Pearl. Folklore has it that on moonless nights, this Pokemon will make people see horrific nightmares. Pokemon Platinum, Black and White, and Black and White 2. To protect itself, it afflicts those around it with nightmares. However, it means no harm. Purloin, Purloin. Pokemon Black, Pokemon Y, and Alpha Sapphire. They steal from people for fun, but their victims can't help but forgive them. Their deceptively cute act is perfect. Pokemon Sword. It steals things from people just to amuse itself with their frustration. A rivalry exists between this Pokemon and Nickit. Pokemon Shield. Opponents that get drawn in by its adorable behavior come away with stinging scratches from its claws and stinging pride from its laughter. Liebird. sword. Don't be fooled by its gorgeous fur and elegant figure. This is a moody and vicious Pokemon. Sandile, Pokemon Sun. It submerges itself in sand and moves as if swimming. This wise behavior keeps its enemies from finding it and maintains its temperature. Pokemon Moon. It conceals itself in the sand and jumps down on the legs of any prey that unwarily walk over it. Its favorite food is trapinch. Pokemon Ultra Moon. Sandile's still not good at hunting, so it mostly eats things that have collapsed in the desert. It's called the cleaner of the desert. Krokorok, 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 Krokorok. Pokemon White, Pokemon Y, and Alpha Sapphire. The special membrane covering its eyes can sense the heat of objects, so it can see its surroundings even in darkness. Pokemon Sun. They move in groups of a few individuals. A female is often the leader of the group, and the males will gather food. Crocodile. Pokemon Ultra Sun. When it spots its prey, even at a distance of over 30 miles, it swims through the desert as if it were water, then jumps out and chomps them. Pokemon Ultra Moon. It conceals itself in sandstorms that Flygon whip up and waits patiently for prey to appear. Scraggy. Pokemon Ultra Moon. It stretches its saggy skin up to its neck to protect itself. The saggier their skin, the more respect they garner. Pokemon Sword. If it locks eyes with you, watch out. Nothing and no one is safe from the reckless headbutts of this troublesome Pokemon. Zorua. Pokemon Black. It changes into the forms of others to surprise them. Apparently, it often transforms into a silent child. Pokemon White, Pokemon Y, and Alpha Sapphire. To protect themselves from danger, they hide their true identities by transforming into people and Pokemon. Pokemon Ultra Sun. This Pokemon has a cowardly disposition, so when it's not around friends, it basically always stays transformed as something else. Pokemon Ultra Moon. If a normally talkative child suddenly stops talking, it may have been replaced by Zorua. Zoroark. Pokemon Black and White 2. Stories say those who tried to catch Zoroark were trapped in an illusion and punished. Pokemon Ultra Sun. It doesn't just transform itself, it also has the power to make hundreds of people see its illusions. Pokemon Ultra Moon. shows them visions that make them wander around in the woods. Poniard. Pokemon White. They fight at Bisharp's command. They cling to their prey and inflict damage by sinking their blades into it. Pokemon Ultra Sun. After shedding its prey, it sharpens its blade on a stone by the river. Each poniard has its own favorite sharpening stone. Pokemon Shield. A pack of these Pokemon forms to serve a Bisharp boss. Each poniard trains diligently, dreaming of one day taking the lead. Bisharp. Bisharp. Pokemon Black and White 2, Pokemon X, and Omega Ruby. This pitiless Pokemon commands a group of poniard to hound prey into immobility. It then moves in to finish the prey off. Pokemon Ultra Sun. No matter how strong the Bisharp, it's said that if the blade on its head is chipped, it will retire from its position as the boss. Pokemon Shield. Violent conflicts erupt between Bisharp and Fracture over places where sharpening stones can be found. Vullaby, 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 Vullaby. Pokemon Ultra Sun. Mandibuzz gives it the bones it wears. Vullaby's wings are short, so it can't fly yet, but it jumps around dreaming of wide open skies. Pokemon Shield. Vullaby grow quickly. Bones that have gotten too small for older Vullaby to wear often get passed down to younger ones in the nest. Mandibuzz. Mandibuzz. Pokemon Sun. They adorn themselves beautifully with bones. This is supposedly an effort to attract males, but no male Mandibuzz have ever been found. Pokemon Ultra Sun. It skillfully arranges the bones of its prey to construct its nest. Most of the bones are cubone. Pokemon Sword. Although it's a bit of a ruffian, this Pokemon will take lost Vullaby under its wing and care for them till they're ready to leave the nest. Dano. Pokemon White, Pokemon X, and Omega Ruby. They cannot see, so they tackle and bite to learn about their surroundings. Their bodies are covered in wounds. Pokemon Sword. When it encounters something, its first urge is usually to bite it. If it likes what it tastes, it will commit the associated scent to memory. Swayless. Pokemon Black and White 2, Pokemon X, and Omega Ruby. The two heads do not get along. Whichever head eats more than the other gets to be the leader. Pokemon Shield. Their two heads will fight each scars, even without battling others. Hydreigon, Pokemon White, Pokemon X, and Omega Ruby. The heads on their arms do not have brains. They use all three heads to consume and destroy everything. Pokemon Shield. The three heads take turns sinking their teeth into the opponent. Their attacks won't slow until their target goes down. Greninja, Pokemon Y, and Alpha Sapphire. It appears and vanishes with a ninja's grace. It toys with its enemies using swift movements while slicing them with throwing stars of sharpest water. Pangoro, Pokemon X, and Omega Ruby. Although it possesses a violent temperament, it won't put up with bullying. It uses the leaf in its mouth to sense the movement of its enemies. Pokemon Sun. Pokemon Sun. It boasts superb physical strength. Those who wish to become Pangoro's trainer have no choice but to converse with their fists. Inkay, Pokemon Ultra Moon. When exchanging information with others of its kind, it flashes the light-emitting spots on its body in a complex rhythm. Pokemon Shield. By exposing foes to the blinking of its luminescent spots, Inkay demoralizes them, and then it seizes the chance to flee. Malamar, Pokemon Ultra Sun. When it comes to strong hypnosis, there's an endless number of people who utilize Malamar for their nefarious deeds. Pokemon Shield. It's said that Malamar's hypnotic powers played a role in certain history-changing events. Yveltal, Pokemon X, and Omega Ruby. When this legendary Pokemon's wings and tail feathers spread wide and glow red, it absorbs the life force of living creatures. Hoopa, Unbound, Pokemon Y. It gathers things it likes and passes them through its loop to teleport them to a secret place. Incineroar, Pokemon Ultra Moon. When its fighting spirit is set alight, the flames around its waist become especially intense. Pokemon Sword. It excels at violent, no-holds-barred battles. The temperature of the flames that issue from its navel exceeds 3,600 degrees Fahrenheit. Pokemon Shield. Incineroar's rough and aggressive behavior is its most notable trait, but the way it helps out small Pokemon shows that it has a kind side as well. Cuz Lord, Pokemon Moon. A dangerous ultra beast, it appears to be eating constantly, but for some reason its droppings have never been found. Pokemon Ultra Sun. Although it's alien to this world, this Pokemon survives by stealing food from others. It erases its tracks with swipes of its tail as it makes off with its plunder. Thievul. Pokemon Sword. It secretly marks potential targets with a scent. By following the scent, it stalks its target and steals from them when they least expect it. Pokemon Shield. With a lithe body and sharp claws, it goes around stealing food and eggs. Boltund is its natural enemy. Obstagoon. Pokemon Sword. Its voice is staggering in volume. Obstagoon has a tendency to take on a threatening posture and shout. This move is known as Obstruct. Morpeko. Full belly mode. Pokemon Sword. As it eats the seeds stored up in its pocket-like pouches, this Pokemon is not just satisfying its constant hunger, it's also generating electricity. Morpeko. Hangry mode. Pokemon Shield. Hunger hormones affect its temperament. Until its hunger is appeased, it gets up to all manner of evil deeds. Urshifu. Single strike style. Pokemon Sword. This form of Urshifu is a strong believer in the one-hit KO. Its strategy is to leap in close to foes and land a devastating blow with a hardened fist. Urshifu. Gigantamax single strike style. Pokemon Shield. The energy released by this Pokemon's fists form shockwaves that can blow away Dynamax Pokemon in just one hit. Zarude. Pokemon Sword. Within dense forests, this Pokemon lives in a pack with others of its kind. It's incredibly aggressive, and the other Pokemon of the forest fear it. Pokemon Shield. Once the vines on Zarude's body tear off, they become nutrients in the soil. This helps the plants of the forest grow. Alolan Diglett. Diglett, Diglett, Diglett. Pokemon Sun. Its head sports an altered form of whiskers made of metal. When in communication with its comrades, its whiskers wobble to and fro, to and fro. Pokemon Ultra Moon. The need to dig through volcanic rock in the ground has made them more powerful than the Diglett of other regions. Let's go, Pikachu, and let's go, Eevee. After living in soil with high iron content for some time, 3 steel whiskers sprouted from the top of its head. Pokemon These Pokemon are cherished in the Alola region, where they are thought to be feminine deities of the land incarnate. Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee. They're referred to as triplets, but they're not identical. The metallic elements in their bodies differ slightly. The proof shows in their whiskers. Galarian Meowth, Pokemon Sword. Living with a savage, seafaring people has toughened this Pokemon's body so much that parts of it have turned to iron. Pokemon Shield. These daring Pokemon have coins on their foreheads. Darker coins are harder, and harder coins garner more respect among Meowth. Magnemite. Pokemon Red, Blue, and Leaf Green uses anti-gravity to stay suspended, appears without warning, and uses Thunder Wave and similar moves. Pokemon Gold and Hard Gold. It is attracted by electromagnetic waves. It may approach trainers if they are using their Pokegear. Pokemon Ruby and Omega Ruby. Magnemite attaches itself to power lines to feed on electricity. If your house has a power outage, check your circuit breakers. You may find a large number of this Pokemon clinging to the breaker box. Pokemon Moon. It sends out electromagnetic waves which let it float through the air. Touching it while it's eating electricity will give you a full body shock. Pokemon Sword. At times, Magnemite runs out of electricity and ends up on the ground. If you give batteries to a grounded Magnemite, it'll start moving again. Magneton. Pokemon Silver and Soul Silver. The Magnemite are united by a magnetism so powerful it dries all moisture in its vicinities. Pokemon Sapphire and Alpha Sapphire. Magneton emits a powerful magnetic force that is fatal to electronics and precision instruments. Because of this, it is said that some towns warn people to keep this Pokemon inside a Pokeball. Pokemon Diamond and Pearl. It is actually 3 Magnemite linked by magnetism. A group can set off a magnetic storm. Pokemon Platinum, Black, and White. Many mysteriously appear when more sunspots dot the sun. They stop TV sets from displaying properly. Pokemon Ultra Moon. When rain clouds form, many Magneton gather in high places to wait for lightning to strike. Fortress. inside the armor is a total mystery. Pokemon Silver, Fire Red, Soul Silver, and Pokemon Y. It remains immovably rooted to its tree. It scatters pieces of its hard shell to drive its enemies away. Pokemon Ultra Sun. When something approaches it, it fires off fragments of its steel shell in attack. This is not a conscious action, but a conditioned reflex. Steelix and Mega Steelix. Pokemon Silver, Fire Red, Soul Silver, and Pokemon Sword. It is said that if an Onix lives for over 100 years, its composition changes to become diamond-like. Pokemon Crystal. The many small metal particles that cover this Pokemon's body reflect bright light. Well, Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire. Steelix lives even further underground than Onix. This Pokemon is known to dig toward the Earth's core. There are records of this Pokemon reaching a depth of over 6/10 of a mile underground. Scizor. Pokemon Gold, Leaf Green, and Hard Gold. It swings its eye-patterned pincers up to scare its foes. This makes it look like it has 3 heads. Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire. Scizor has a body with the hardness of steel. It is not easily fazed by ordinary sorts of attacks. This Pokemon flaps its wings to regulate its body temperature. Pokemon Diamond, Pearl, and Pokemon Y. It has a steel-hard body. It intimidates foes by upraising its eye-patterned pincers. Pokemon Moon and Ultra Moon. Once it has identified something as an enemy, it will continue beating them with its steel-hard pincers until there's nothing left but scraps. Mega Scizor. Pokemon Sun. The excess energy that bathes this Pokemon keeps it in constant danger of overflow. It can't sustain a battle over long periods of time. Pokemon Ultra Moon. It's better at beating things than grasping them. When it battles for a long time, the weight of its pincers becomes too much to bear. Skarmory. Pokemon Silver, Fire Red, Soul Silver, and Pokemon X. After nesting in bramble bushes, the wings of its chicks grow hard from scratches by thorns. Pokemon Sapphire and Alpha Sapphire. Skarmory's steel wings become tattered and bashed in from repeated battles. Once a with one all-out charge. This Pokemon can demolish even a heavy dump truck. The destroyed dump truck then becomes a handy meal for the Pokemon. Pokemon Emerald, a Pokemon that is clad in steel armor. The old, discarded armor is salvaged as metal for making iron products. Pokemon Black, White, and Pokemon X. It usually lives deep in mountains. However, hunger may drive it to eat railroad tracks and cars. Lairon, Pokemon Ruby, and Omega Ruby. Lairon tempers its steel body by drinking highly nutritious mineral spring water until it is bloated. This Pokemon makes its nest close to springs of delicious water. Pokemon Fire Red, Leaf Green, and Pokemon Y. It habitually shows off its strength with the size of sparks it creates by ramming its steel body into boulders. Pokemon Sword. Lairon live in mountains brimming with spring water and iron ore. So these Pokemon often came into conflict with humans in the past. Aggron and Mega Aggron. Pokemon Sapphire and Alpha Sapphire. Aggron is protective of its environment. If its mountain is ravaged by a landslide or a fire, this Pokemon will haul topsoil to the area, plant trees, and beautifully restore its own territory. Pokemon Heart Gold and Soul Silver. You can tell its age by the length of its iron horns. It claims an entire mountain as its territory. Pokemon Shield. Long ago, there was a king who wore a helmet meant to resemble the head of an Aggron. He was trying to channel the Pokemon's strength. Beldum, Pokemon Sapphire, and Alpha Sapphire. Beldum keeps itself floating by generating a magnetic force that repels Earth's natural magnetism. When it sleeps, this Pokemon anchors itself to a cliff using the hooks on its rear. Pokemon Ultra Sun. Instead of blood, magnetism flows through its body. When it's feeling bad, try giving it a magnet. Pokemon Sword. From its rear, Beldum emits a magnetic force that rapidly pulls opponents in. They get skewered on Beldum's sharp claws. Metang, 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 Metang. Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire. When two Beldum fuse together, Metang is formed. The brains of the Beldum are joined by a magnetic nervous system. By linking its brains magnetically Pokemon get stronger in freezing temperatures. Metagross living on snowy mountains are full of energy. Mega Metagross. Pokemon Sun. This form results from 1 Metagross, 1 Metang, and 2 Beldum linking up. Pokemon Ultra Sun. Its intellect surpasses its previous level, resulting in battles so cruel they'll make you want to cover your eyes. Registeel. Pokemon Ruby and Omega Ruby. Registeel has a body that is harder than any kind of metal. Its body is apparently hollow. No one has any idea what this Pokemon eats. Pokemon Sapphire and Alpha Sapphire. Registeel was imprisoned by people in ancient times. The metal composing its body is thought to be a curious substance that is not of this earth. Pokemon Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black and White, and Black and White 2. Tempered by pressure underground over tens of thousands of years, its body cannot be scratched. Pokemon Sword. Registeel's body is made of a strange material that is flexible enough to stretch and shrink, but also more durable than any metal. Jirachi. Jirachi. Pokemon Ruby and Omega Ruby. A legend states that Jirachi will make true any wish that is written on notes attached to its head when it awakens. If this Pokemon senses danger, it will fight without awakening. Pokemon Emerald. Jirachi is said to make wishes come true. While it sleeps, a tough crystalline shell envelops the body to protect it from enemies. Pokemon Sword. Once every 1,000 years, the singing of a pure voice will rouse this Pokemon from its near perpetual slumber. It wakes for only 7 days. Oh, to be Jirachi and sleeping. Empoleon. Pokemon Diamond and Alpha Sapphire. Pokemon Diamond and Alpha Sapphire. The 3 horns that extend from its beak attest to its power. The leader has the biggest horns. Pokemon Heart Gold and Soul Silver. It avoids unnecessary disputes, but it will decimate anything that threatens its pride. Shieldon. Pokemon Pearl, Pokemon X, and Omega Ruby. It habitually polishes its face by rubbing it against tree trunks. It is weak to attacks from behind. Pokemon Moon. This Pokemon lived in primeval jungles. Few enemies would have been willing to square off is a docile Pokemon that feeds on grass and berries. Pokemon X and Omega Ruby, when they lined up side by side, no foe could break through. They shielded their young in that way. Pokemon Moon, it lived in the same environments as Rampardos. Their fossils have been found together, seemingly from after they'd fought to the finish. Wormadam, Trash, Cloak, Pokemon Diamond, Pokemon Y, and Alpha Sapphire. When Burmy evolved, its cloak became a part of this Pokemon's body. The cloak is never shed. Bronzor, Pokemon Platinum, and Pokemon Black and White. There are researchers who believe this Pokemon reflected like a mirror in the distant past. Pokemon Shield, polishing Bronzor to a shine makes its surface reflect the truth, according to common lore. Be that as it may, Bronzor hates being polished. Bronze Song, Pokemon Diamond. One caused a new sensation when it was dug up at a construction site after a 2,000-year sleep. Pokemon Sword. Some believe it to be a deity that summons rain clouds. When angered, it lets out a warning cry that rings out like the tolling of a bell. Pokemon Shield. Many scientists suspect that this Pokemon originated outside the Galar region, based on the patterns on its body. Lucario, Pokemon Heart Gold and Soul Silver. It's said that no foe can remain invisible to Lucario, since it can detect auras, even foes it could not otherwise see. Pokemon Sun. Not only does it perceive auras, but it has also gained the power to control them. It employs them in battle. Pokemon Shield. It can tell what people are thinking. Only trainers who have justice in their hearts can earn this Pokemon's trust. Mega Lucario, Pokemon Moon. It readies itself to face its enemies by focusing its mental energies. Its fighting style can be summed up in a single word: heartless. Magnezone, Pokemon Platinum, and Pokemon Black and White. A group tried to use scientific means to make Magnezone evolve, but their efforts ended in failure. Pokemon Heart Gold and Soul Silver. Exposure to a special magnetic field changed Magneton's molecular structure, turning it into Magnezone. Pokemon Moon. As it zooms through the sky, this Pokemon seems to be receiving signals of unknown origin, while transmitting signals of unknown purpose. Probopass, 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 Probopass. Pokemon Moon. The main body controls 3 gears that mesh together are predetermined. Each will rebound from other mini gears without meshing. Pokemon White, Pokemon X, and Omega Ruby. Interlocking two bodies and spinning around generates the energy they need to live. Pokemon Sword. The two mini gears that compose this Pokemon are closer than twins. They mesh well only with each other. Clang. Pokemon Black, Pokemon X, and Omega Ruby. By changing the direction in which it rotates, it communicates its feelings to others. When angry, it rotates faster. Pokemon White. Spinning mini gears are rotated at high speed and repeatedly fired away. It is dangerous if the gears don't return. Pokemon Black and White 2, Pokemon Y, and Alpha Sapphire. A mini gear and big gear comprise its body. If the mini gear it launches at a foe doesn't return, it will die. Pokemon Shield. Many companies in the Galar region choose Clang as their logo. This Pokemon is considered the symbol of industrial technology. Clink, Clang. Pokemon Black, Pokemon Y, and Alpha Sapphire. Its red core functions as an energy tank. It fires the charged energy through its spikes into an area. Pokemon White, Pokemon X, and Omega Ruby. The gear with the red core is rotated at high speed for a rapid energy charge. Pokemon Shield. The three gears that compose this Pokemon spin at high speed. Its new spiked gear isn't a living creature. Galarian Stun Fisk. Pokemon Sword. Living in mud with a high iron content has given it a strong steel body. Durant. Pokemon Black, Pokemon Y, and Alpha Sapphire. They attack in groups, covering themselves in steel armor to protect themselves from heat more. Pokemon Black and White 2, Pokemon X, and Omega Ruby. Individuals each play different roles in driving Heatmore, their natural predator, away from their colony. Cobalion. Pokemon Black and White 2, Pokemon Y, and Alpha Sapphire. It has a body and heart of steel. It worked with its allies to punish people when they hurt Pokemon. Pokemon Sword. This Pokemon appears in a legend alongside Terrakion and Virizion, fighting against humans in defense of the Unova region's Pokemon. Genesect. Pokemon Black. Over 300 million years ago, it was feared as the strongest of hunters. It has been modified by Team Plasma. Toketemaru. is said to be a male evolution of Cosmog. At the activation of its third eye, it departs for another world. Pokemon Ultra Moon. In writings from the distant past, it's called by the name the beast that devours the sun. Pokemon Sword. When light radiates from its body, this Pokemon could almost appear to be the sun. It will dispel any darkness and light up the world. Celesteela. Pokemon Moon. One kind of Ultra Beast. Witnesses have seen it burn down a forest by expelling gas from its two arms. Dusk Mane Necrozma. Pokemon Sword. When it dominates Solgaleo, it takes on this form. It's a vicious Pokemon, mangling prey with its many claws, including those on its back. Pokemon Shield. Necrozma has attached itself to Solgaleo. It siphons away its host's limitless energy, exploiting that energy to fuel a rampage. Stuck-a-tuck, 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 stuck-a-tuck. Pokemon Ultra Sun. It appeared from an ultra wormhole. Each one appears to be made up of many life forms, stacked one on top of each other. Meltan. Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu and Pokemon Let's Go Eevee. It melts particles of iron and other metals found in the subsoil so it can absorb them into its body of molten steel. Pokemon Shield. They live as a group, but when the time comes, one strong Meltan will absorb all the others and evolve. Melmetal. Pokemon Sword. At the end of its lifespan, Melmetal will rust and fall apart. The small shards left behind will eventually be reborn as Meltan. Pokemon Shield. Centrifugal force is behind the punches of Melmetal's heavy Hexnut arms. Melmetal is said to deliver the strongest punches of all Pokemon. Berserker. Pokemon Sword. What appears to be an iron helmet is actually hardened hair. This Pokemon lives for the thrill of battle. Pokemon Shield. After many battles, it evolved dangerous claws that come together These Pokemon live in herds. Their trunks have incredible grip strength, strong enough to crush giant rocks into powder. Gigantamaxed Copperajah, Pokemon Sword. So much power is packed within its trunk that if it were to unleash that power, the resulting blast could level mountains and change the landscape. Pokemon Shield. After this Pokemon has Gigantamaxed, its massive nose can utterly demolish large structures with a single smashing blow. Duraludon, Pokemon Sword. Its body resembles polished metal, and it's both lightweight and strong. The only drawback is that it rusts easily. Gigantamaxed Duraludon. Pokemon Shield. The hardness of its cell is exceptional, even among steel types. It also has a body structure that's resistant to earthquakes. Zamazenta, Ground Shield, Pokemon Sword. Its ability to deflect any attack led it to being known as the Fighting Master's Shield. It was feared and respected by all. Pokemon Shield. Now that it's equipped with its shield, it can shrug off impressive blows, including the attacks of Dynamax Pokemon. Clefairy. Pokemon Red, Blue, and Leaf Green. Its magical and cute appeal has many admirers. It is rare and found only in certain areas. see a pair of Clefables skipping by can look forward to a happy marriage. Ultra moon. Some scientists believe that it gazes intently at the sky on nights with a full moon because it's homesick. 9tails. I'm skipping this one because I read this Pokemon's entry in my Ice type video. I don't want to be repetitive. Jigglypuff, jiggly, jiggly, puff, puff, Jigglypuff. Pokemon Gold are gold, and Pokemon Y. If it inflates to sing a lullaby, it can perform longer and cause sure drowsiness in its audience. Pokemon Ruby and Omega Ruby. Jigglypuff's vocal cords can freely adjust the wavelength of its voice. This Pokemon uses this ability to sing at precisely the right wavelength to make its foes most drowsy. Sapphire and Alpha Sapphire. When this Pokemon sings, it never pauses to breathe. When this Pokemon sings, it never pauses to breathe. If it is in a battle against an opponent that does not easily fall asleep, Jigglypuff cannot breathe, endangering its life. So I'm guessing that would be like Whismur and Exploud and like the loud Pokemon basically. So never pull out your Jigglypuff against a Whismur or Exploud, because it will suffocate itself singing. Pokemon Emerald. Nothing can avoid falling asleep hearing a Jigglypuff song. The sound waves of its singing voice match the brain waves of someone in a deep sleep. Pokemon Moon. Jigglypuff possess a vocal range that exceeds 12 octaves, but each individual singing skill depends on its own effort. Ultra Sun. Recordings of Jigglypuff's strange lullabies can be purchased from department stores. These CDs can be found near the bedding area. Smart product placement. Ultra Moon. The songs they sing are totally different depending on the region they live in. Some even sound like they're shouting. Wigglytuff. Pokemon Gold, Heart Gold, and Pokemon X. Their fur feels so good that if two of them snuggle together, snuggle, 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 they won't want to be separated. Pokemon Crystal. The rich, fluffy fur that covers its body feels so good that anyone who feels it can't stop touching it. Pokemon Ruby and Omega Ruby. Wigglytuff has large, saucer-like eyes. The surfaces of its eyes are always covered with a thin layer of tears. If any dust gets in this Pokemon's eyes, it is quickly washed away. Fire Red. Its fur is extremely fine, dense, and supple. The exquisitely pleasant fur conveys an image of luxury. Pokemon Emerald. Its fur is the ultimate in luxuriousness. Sleeping alongside a Wigglytuff is simply divine. Its body expands seemingly without end when it inhales. Pokemon Sun. It sheds its fine fur when the seasons change. The fur is gathered and spun into a luxurious yarn. Galarian Rapidash. Pokemon Red, Pokemon Blue, Leaf Green, and Pokemon X. Very competitive, this Pokemon will chase anything that moves fast in the hopes of racing it. Pokemon Yellow. Let's go Pikachu and let's go Eevee. It just loves to run. If it sees something faster than itself, it will give chase at top speed. Pokemon Gold and Heart Gold. At full gallop, its forehooves barely touch the ground because it moves so incredibly fast. Black and White and Black and White 2. When at an all-out gallop, its blazing mane sparkles, enhancing its beautiful appearance. Pokemon Shield. The fastest runner becomes the leader, and it decides the herd's pace and direction of travel. Galarian Weezing. Silver and Soul Silver. Top grade perfume is made using its internal poison gases by diluting them to the highest level. Ruby and Omega Ruby. Weezing loves the gases given off by rotted kitchen garbage. This Pokemon will find a dirty, unkempt house and make it its home. At night, when the people in the house are asleep, it will go through the trash. Sapphire and Alpha Sapphire. Weezing alternately shrinks and inflates its twin bodies to mix together toxic gases inside. The more the gases are mixed, the more powerful the toxins become. The Pokemon also becomes more putrid. Pokemon Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black, and White. It grows by feeding on gases released by garbage. Though very rare, triplets have been found. Pokemon Sword. It mixes gases between its two bodies. It's said that these Pokemon were seen all over the Galar region back in the day. Mr. Mime. Pokemon Red, Pokemon Blue, and Leaf Green. If interrupted while it is miming, it will suddenly
double slap the offender with its broad hands. Pokemon Gold and Heart Gold. A skilled mime from birth, it gains the ability to create invisible objects as it matures. Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire. A Mr. Mime is a master of pantomime. It can convince others that something unseeable actually exists. Once believed, the imaginary object does become real. Pokemon Shield. It's known for its top-notch pantomime skills. It protects itself from all sorts of attacks by emitting auras from its fingers to create walls. Cleffa, Cleffa. Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire. On nights with many shooting stars, Cleffa can be seen dancing in a ring. They dance through the night and stop only at the break of day, when these Pokemon quench their thirst with morning dew. Pokemon Diamond. Its silhouette is like a star. It is believed to arrive riding on shooting stars. Pokemon Sun. On late nights illuminated by shooting stars, it gazes intently skyward as if thinking of its home. Pokemon Moon. Because of its silhouette, it's believed to be a star reborn. For some reason, it loves Minior. Ultra Sun. On nights with many shooting stars, they gather in packs and dance in circles. Circles, 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 circles. If you should see them, something good will happen. Iggly, 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 buff. Igglybuff. Pokemon Crystal and Pokemon X. Instead of walking with its short legs, it moves around by bouncing on its soft, tender body. Pokemon Ruby and Omega Ruby. Igglybuff's vocal cords are not sufficiently developed. It would hurt its throat if it were to sing too much. This Pokemon gargles with fresh water from a clean stream. Pokemon Sapphire and Alpha Sapphire. Igglybuff has a soft and plushy body that feels very much like a marshmallow. From this body wafts a gently sweet fragrance that soothes and calms, soothes and calms the emotions of its foes. Pokemon Sun. It likes. It likes to sing, but is not yet good at it. It likes to sing, but is not yet good at it. It likes to sing, but is not yet good at it. It likes to sing, but is not yet good at it. It likes to sing, but is not yet good at it. It likes to sing, but is not yet good at it. It likes to sing, but is not yet good at it. It likes to sing, but is not yet good at it. It likes to sing, but is not yet good at it. It likes to sing, but is not yet good at it. It likes to sing, but is not yet good at it. It likes to sing, but is not yet good at it. It likes to sing, but is not yet good at it. It likes to sing, but is not yet good at it. It likes to sing, but is not yet good at it. It likes to sing, but is not yet good at it. It likes to sing, but is not yet good at it. It likes to sing, but is not yet good at it. It likes to sing, but is not yet good at it. It likes to sing, but is not yet good at it. It likes to sing, but is not yet good at it. It likes to sing, but is not yet good at it. It likes to sing
with praise and encouragement, it will get better little by little. Ultra Sun, it's always practicing its singing because it wants to improve. Even when it's asleep, it keeps singing in its dreams. Ultra Moon, left to its own devices, it will constantly practice singing. You should make it take a break so it doesn't hurt its throat. Togepi, 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 Togepi. Pokemon Gold, Leaf Green, Heart Gold, Pokemon X, and Sword. The shell seems to be filled with joy. It is said that it will share good luck when treated kindly. Pokemon Silver, Fire Red, Soul Silver, and Pokemon Y. A proverb claims that happiness will come to anyone who can make a sleeping Togepi stand up. Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire. As its energy, Togepi uses the positive emotions of compassion and pleasure exuded by people and Pokemon. This Pokemon stores up feelings of happiness inside its shell, then shares them with others. Togetic, 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 tick, tick, Togetic. Pokemon Silver, Fire Red, Soul Silver, Pokemon X, and Shield. It grows dispirited if it is not with kind people. It can float in mid-air without moving its wings. Pokemon Crystal, although it does not flap its wings very much, it can stay up in the air as it tags along after its trainer. Pokemon Diamond and Pearl. It is said to appear in front of kindly people to scatter a glowing down called Joy Dust. Meryl. Pokemon Ruby and Omega Ruby. Meryl's oil-filled tail acts much like a life preserver. If you see just its tail bobbing on the water's surface, it's a sure indication that this Pokemon is diving beneath the water to feed on aquatic plants. Pokemon Sapphire and Alpha Sapphire. When fishing for food at the edge of a fast-running stream, Meryl wraps its tail around the trunk of a tree. This Pokemon's tail is flexible and configured to stretch. Azumarill, Pokemon Silver, Fire Red, and Soul Silver. When it plays in water, it rolls up its elongated ears to prevent their insides from getting wet. Pokemon Ruby and Omega Ruby. Azumarill's long ears are indispensable sensors. By focusing its hearing, this Pokemon can identify what kinds of prey are around, even in rough and fast-running rivers. Pokemon Sapphire and Azumarill can make balloons out of air. It makes these air balloons if it spots a drowning Pokemon. The air balloons enables a Pokemon in trouble to breathe. Snubble, Pokemon Silver, Fire Red, Soul Silver, and Pokemon X. It has an active, playful nature. Many women like to frolic with it because of its affectionate ways. Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire. By baring its fangs and making a scary face, Snubble sends smaller Pokemon scurrying away in terror. However, this Pokemon seems a little sad at making its foes flee. Pokemon Sun. Despite its intimidating face, it's quite cowardly. Its desperate attempts to appear threatening make it popular with people. Ultra Sun. It grows close to others easily and is also easily spoiled. The disparity between its face and its actions makes many young people wild about it. Ultra Moon. In contrast to its appearance, it's quite timid. When playing with other puppy Pokemon, it sometimes gets bullied. Granbull, Granbull, Granbull. Pokemon Ruby, Sapphire, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire. Granbull has a particularly well-developed lower jaw. The enormous fangs are heavy, causing the Pokemon to tip its head back for balance. Unless it is startled, it will not try to bite indiscriminately. Pokemon Moon. More timid than Snubble, this Pokemon is doted on by young people amused at the contrast between its looks and its attitude. Ultra Moon. Although it's popular with young people, Granbull is timid and sensitive, so it's totally incompetent as a watchdog. Ralts, Pokemon Sapphire and Alpha Sapphire. Ralts has the ability to sense the emotions of people. If its trainer is in a cheerful mood, this Pokemon grows cheerful and joyous in the same way. Pokemon Emerald. A Ralts has the power to sense the emotions of people and Pokemon with the horns on its head. It takes cover if it senses any hostility. Platinum, Black and White 2, and Pokemon Shield. If its horns capture the warm feelings of people or Pokemon, its body warms up slightly. Curlia, Pokemon Ruby and Omega Ruby. It is said that a Curlia that is exposed to the positive emotions of its trainer grows beautiful. This Pokemon controls psychokinetic powers with its highly developed brain. Pokemon Fire Red, Leaf Green, and Pokemon X. The cheerful its trainer gives it energy. It spins and dances when happy. Heart Gold, Soul Silver, and Pokemon Y. It has a psychic power that enables it to distort the space around it and see into the future. It has a psychic power that enables it to distort the space around it and see into the future. Carnivore and Mega Carnivore, Pokemon Emerald. It apparently does not feel the pull of gravity because it supports itself with psychic power. It will give its life to protect its trainer. Platinum, Black and White 2, Pokemon X, and Shield. To protect its trainer, it will expend all its psychic power to create a small black hole. Azurill, Pokemon Ruby and Omega Ruby. Azurill spins its tail as if it were a lasso, then hurls it far. The momentum of the throw sends its body flying too. Using this unique action, one of these Pokemon managed to hurl itself a record 33 feet. Sapphire and Alpha Sapphire. Azurill's tail is large and bouncy. It is packed full of the nutrients this Pokemon needs to grow. Azurill can be seen bouncing and playing on its big, rubbery tail. Mawile, Ruby, and Omega Ruby. Mawile's huge jaws are actually steel horns that have been transformed. Its docile-looking face serves to lull its foe into letting down its guard. When the foe least expects it, Mawile chomps it with its gaping jaws. Ultra Sun. A cunning and terrifying Pokemon, its cuteness makes opponents let down their guard, and then it swallows them whole with its huge jaws. Ultra Moon. It has two mouths. The big jaws on the back of its head can't taste anything, so that's the mouth it uses to eat foods it doesn't like. Mega Mawile. Ultra Sun. It has an extremely vicious disposition. It grips prey in its two sets of jaws and tears them apart with raw power. Ultra Moon. Its two sets of jaws thrash about violently, as if they each had a will of their own. One gnash from them can turn a boulder to dust. Mega Altaria. Altaria is not a fairy type, but Mega Altaria and regular Altaria share the same Pokedex entries, and there's a lot, so I will only read a couple of my favorite ones and leave the rest to read for regular Altaria in a future Pokedex reading. Pokemon Diamond and Pokemon Pearl. It looks like a fluffy cloud when it is in flight. It hums with its soprano voice. Pokemon Platinum and
everyone knows it visits peaceful regions, bringing them gifts of kindness
and sweet blessings. Pokemon Sword.
These Pokemon are never seen anywhere near conflict or turmoil. In recent times, they've hardly been seen at all.
Mega Odino, Pokemon Black, Pokemon Y, and Alpha Sapphire. It touches others with the feelers on its ears, using the sound of their heartbeats to tell how they are feeling. Black and White 2, Pokemon X, and Omega Ruby. Using the feelers on its ears, it can tell how someone is feeling or when an egg might hatch. Cottony, Pokemon White.
They go wherever the wind takes them.
On rainy days,
Their bodies are heavier,
so they take shelter beneath big trees. Pokemon Sun.
when it finds others of its kind, they all stick together. When enough of them have collected, the mass resembles a cumulonimbus cloud.
I hope I said that right. Pokemon Moon.
Pillows and beds stuffed with cotton exhaled by cottony are soft and puffy,
Light and airy.
altogether top quality.
Whimsicott. Pokemon Sun.
It rides on the wind and slips into people's homes. After it has turned a room into a cotton-filled mess, it giggles to itself and takes off.
Pokemon Moon.
This Pokemon appears riding upon the wind, but if the wind gusts up, it'll blow the cotton on this Pokemon's head clean off.
Pokemon Sword.
It scatters cotton all over the place as a prank. If it gets wet, it'll become too heavy to move and have no choice but to answer for its mischief.
Flabébé. 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 Pokemon X and Omega Ruby. It draws out and controls the hidden power of flowers. The flower Flabébé holds is most likely part of its body. Pokemon Y and Alpha Sapphire.
When it finds a flower it likes, it dwells on that flower its whole life long. It floats in the wind's embrace with an untroubled heart.
Ultra Sun. It's not safe without the power of a flower, but it will keep traveling around until it finds one with the color and shape it wants. Ultra Moon.
Flabébé wears a crown made from pollen it's collected from its flower. The crown has hidden healing properties.
Flowette. Pokemon Y and Alpha Sapphire.
When the flowers of a well-tended flower bed bloom, it appears and celebrates with an elegant dance.
Ultra Sun.
It raises flowers and uses them as weapons. The more gorgeous the blossom, the more power gives its own power to flowers, pouring its heart into caring for them. Floette never forgives anyone who messes up a flower bed. Eternal flower Floette. Ultra Sun. The flower it's holding can no longer be found blooming anywhere. It's also thought to contain terrifying power. Ultra Moon. Terrifying energy is concealed within its ominous flower, but Floette still swings it about innocently. Florges. Pokemon Y and Alpha Sapphire. In times long past, governors of castles would invite Florges to create flower gardens to embellish the castle domains. Ultra Sun. Ultra Sun. It controls the flowers it grows. The petal blizzards that Florges triggers are overwhelming in their beauty and power. Ultra Moon. Its life can span several hundred years. It's said to devote its entire life to protecting gardens. Spritzy, Spritzy, Spritzy. Pokemon Y and Alpha Sapphire. In the past, rather than using perfume, royal ladies carried a spritzy that would waft a fragrance they liked. Pokemon Sword. A scent pouch within this Pokemon's body allows it to create various scents. A change in its diet will alter the fragrance it produces. Aromatisse. Pokemon X and Omega Ruby. It devises various scents, pleasant and unpleasant, and emits scents that its enemies dislike in order to gain an edge in battle. Pokemon Y and Alpha Sapphire. Its scent is so overpowering that, unless a trainer happens to really enjoy the smell, he or she will have a hard time walking alongside it. Pokemon Sword. The scent that constantly emits from its fur is so powerful that this Pokemon's companions will eventually lose their sense of smell. Swirlix. Pokemon Y and Alpha Sapphire. Because it eats nothing but sweets, its fur is as sticky sweet as cotton candy. Pokemon Sword. It eats its own weight in sugar every day. If it doesn't get enough sugar, it becomes incredibly grumpy. Slurpuff. Pokemon X and Omega Ruby. It can distinguish the faintest of scents. It puts its sensitive sense of smell to use by helping pastry chefs in their work. Pokemon Y and Alpha Sapphire. Its sense of smell is 100 million times better than a human's, so even the faintest scent tells it about everything in the area. It's like it can see with its nose. Pokemon Sword. By taking in a person's scent, it can sniff out their mental and physical condition. It's hoped that this skill will have many medical applications. Pokemon Shield. Slurpuff's fur contains a lot of air, making it soft to the touch and lighter than it looks. Sylveon. Ultra Moon. Sylveon wraps its ribbon-like feelers around Its whiskers serve as antennas. By sending and receiving electrical waves, it can communicate with others over vast distances. Ultrasun. It sneaks into people's homes and steals electricity from their outlets. When your electric bill seems off, it's the handiwork of this rascal.
Carbink, Pokemon Y, and Alpha Sapphire. It has slept underground for hundreds of millions of years since its birth. It's occasionally found during the excavation of caves. Ultrasun. Some say that deep beneath the surface of the world, a pack of Carbink live with their queen in a kingdom of jewels. Ultramoon. To keep the jewels on their bodies free of tarnish, packs of Carbink use their soft manes to polish one another's jewels. Klefki, Pokemon X, and Omega Ruby.
These key collectors threaten any attackers by fiercely jiggling their keys at them.
Pokemon Y and Alpha Sapphire.
It never lets go of a key that it likes, so people give it the keys to vaults and safes as a way to prevent crime.
Xerneas, Pokemon X and Omega Ruby.
Legend says it can share eternal life. It slept for 1,000 years in the form of a tree before its revival.
Pokemon Y and Alpha Sapphire.
When the horns on its head shine in 7 colors, it is said to be sharing everlasting life.
Diancie, Pokemon X and Omega Ruby. A sudden transformation of Carbink. Its pink, glimmering body is said to be the loveliest sight in the whole world. Pokemon Y and Alpha Sapphire.
It can instantly create many diamonds by compressing the carbon in the air between its hands.
Primarina, Pokemon Sun. It controls its water balloons with song. The melody is learned from others of its kind and is passed down from one generation to the next. Pokemon Moon. Its singing voice is its chief weapon in battle. This Pokemon trainer must prioritize the daily maintenance of its throat at all costs. Ultrasun.
To Primarina, every battle is a stage. It takes down its prey with beautiful singing and dancing.
Ultramoon.
Also known as a songstress, it has a fantastical look on moonlit nights when it leads its colony in song.
Cutie Fly, Pokemon Moon. Myriads of Cutie Fly flutter above the heads of people who have auras resembling those of flowers. Ultrasun. Nectar and pollen are its favorite fare.
blows up pollen into puffs. It makes many different varieties, some used as food and others used in battle. Pokemon Moon. Some of Rabombi's pollen puffs, are highly nutritious. They are sometimes sold as supplements. Morlul, Pokemon Sun. It scatters spores that flicker, and glow. Anyone seeing these lights falls into a deep slumber. Pokemon Sword. Pokemon living in the forest eat the delicious caps on Morlul's head. The caps regrow overnight. Sheenotic. Pokemon Sun. Forest where Sheenotic live are treacherous to enter at night. People confused by their strange lights can never find their way home again. Ultra Sun. It puts its prey to sleep and siphons off their vitality through the tip of its arms. If one of its kind is weakened, it helps by sending it vitality. Comfy. Pokemon Moon. Baths prepared with flowers from its vine have a relaxing effect, so this Pokemon is a hit with many people. Mimikyu. I already read Mimikyu's entries in my Ghost Entries videos. Tapu Koko. Pokemon Moon. It confuses its enemies by flying too quickly for the eye to follow. It has a hair-trigger temper, but forgets what made it angry an instant later. Tapu Lele. Pokemon Moon. As it flutters about, it scatters its strangely glowing scales. Touching them is said to restore good health on the spot. Tapu Bulu. Pokemon Moon. The guardian deity of Ula Ula is a lazy Pokemon. It commands plants to immobilize its foes and then deals them a savage blow with its horns. Tapu Fini. Pokemon Moon. The guardian deity of Pony. It can control water. People say it can create pure water that will wash away any uncleanliness. Magyarna. Pokemon Sun. This artificial Pokemon, constructed more than 500 years ago, can understand human speech but cannot itself speak. Pokemon Moon. Its mechanized body is merely a vessel. Its true self is its soul, heart, an artificial soul. Hatterene. Pokemon Shield. If you're too loud around it, you risk being torn apart by the claws on its tentacle. This Pokemon is also known as the Forest Witch. Impidimp. Pokemon Shield. It sneaks into people's homes, stealing things and feasting on the negative energy of the frustrated occupants. Morgrem. Pokemon Sword. When it gets down on all fours as if to beg for forgiveness, it's trying to lure opponents in so that it can stab them with its spear-like hair.
shield. Its hairs work like muscle fibers. When its hairs unfurl, they latch onto opponents, ensnaring them as tentacles would. Milcery, Pokemon Sword. This Pokemon was born from sweet-smelling particles in the air. Its body is made of cream. Alcremie, Pokemon Sword. When it trusts a trainer, it will treat them to berries it's decorated with cream. Zacian, Pokemon Shield. This Pokemon has slumbered for many years. Some say its Amazon